I've spent the better part of 15 years working as a land surveyor for the Department of Natural Resources, which is a fancy way of saying I get paid to get lost in places where the cell service dies and the maps haven't been updated since the Eisenhower administration. You learn a few things when your office is 100,000 acres of old-growth timber. You learn that the woods are never actually quiet. There's always the rhythmic thrum of insects, the rustle of dry leaves, or the distant, hollow knock of a woodpecker. You also learn to trust your feet. If your skin starts to prickle and your legs want to move in the opposite direction of a certain clearing, you let them. You don't ask questions. But back in the autumn of 2014, I was younger, more arrogant, and obsessed with finishing my sight lines before the first snow hit the Bitterroot Range. I was working a remote sector near the Idaho border, a place so jagged and densely packed with larch and lodgepole pine that the sunlight only touched the forest floor for about 3 hours a day. I was alone, mistake number one. My radio was dead, and I decided to push another 3 miles past my designated extraction point just to save myself a hike the following morning. Mistake number two. The sun was dipping behind the peaks, casting long, bruised shadows across the valley when I saw it. It wasn't on my USGS overlay. It was a small, salt box-style cabin tucked into a notch between two limestone ridges. It looked ancient, the cedar shakes curled like dead leaves and the logs bleached a bone white by decades of mountain winters. There was no smoke from the chimney, no clearing for a garden, no signs of life at all. Just a structure that looked like it had grown out of the earth itself. As I approached, I noticed the first anomaly. It was a small thing, the kind of detail you'd miss if you weren't trained to look for shifts in the environment. The birds had stopped. Not just the chirping, but the entire atmosphere seemed to thicken. The wind, which had been whipping through the pines with a steady, low moan all afternoon, suddenly felt like it was blowing through a vacuum. I could see the branches of the trees swaying violently above me, but I couldn't hear the rustle of the needles. It was like watching a movie on mute. I stopped, my hand hovering over the grip of my bear spray, my heart suddenly hammering against my ribs. I told myself it was just the topography, a dead zone created by the surrounding ridges. But as I took a step toward the cabin's heavy oak door, the silence didn't just deepen, it solidified. I stood there for a long minute, the toes of my boots inches from the threshold. I remember the smell, not the scent of rotting wood or damp earth, but something sterile. It smelled like a hospital hallway or a freshly opened pack of printer paper. It was a clean, sharp smell that felt entirely wrong for the middle of a wilderness area. "Hello," I called out. My voice sounded flat, clipped. It didn't echo. It didn't even seem to travel more than a few inches from my lips. It was as if the air was eating the sound before it could go anywhere. I laughed, a short, nervous sound, and even that felt strangled. I told myself I was being a coward. It was getting dark, the temperature was dropping into the 30s, and I had a dry shelter right in front of me. I told myself that the weird acoustic properties were probably just due to the way the cabin was insulated. Maybe the previous owner had used some kind of heavy, sound-dampening material for the winter. I pushed the door open. It didn't creak. It didn't make a single sound as the heavy wood swung back on its rusted iron hinges. I stepped inside, and that's when the world truly broke. The moment my trailing foot cleared the threshold, the silence became absolute. And I do mean quiet. I mean a total, crushing absence of vibration. In the real world, you always hear something. You hear the blood rushing in your ears, the click of your jaw, the sound of your own breath hitting the back of your throat. But inside that cabin, there was nothing. It was like being plunged into a sensory deprivation tank while standing upright. I clapped my hands together as hard as I could. Nothing. I could feel the sting in my palms, the physical impact of the meat hitting meat, but the room remained a tomb. Panic is a cold thing. It starts in the gut and moves up to the throat like a physical weight. I spun around to look back out the open door. I could see the trees outside tossing in the wind. I saw a crow land on a branch not 10 feet away, its beak opening in what should have been a raucous, piercing caw. But the cabin didn't care. It was a vacuum of sound. I took a step back toward the door, intending to leave right then and there when I saw the second anomaly. On the small, dust-covered table in the center of the room sat a single glass of water. The dust on the table was thick, years of it, gray and undisturbed, but the glass was sparkling clean, and the water inside was vibrating. Tiny concentric circles rippled out from the center of the glass, rhythmic and steady, as if something incredibly heavy was walking nearby. But I couldn't hear the footsteps. I couldn't hear anything at all. I froze, my eyes locked on the glass. The ripples were getting faster, the water beginning to slosh against the rim. My rational mind tried to scream that it was an earthquake, a localized tremor, anything. But the floor beneath my boots was perfectly still. The cabin wasn't shaking, only the water was. Then the door, the heavy oak door I had just left wide open, slammed shut. I didn't hear the impact. I didn't hear the latch click. I just felt the sudden rush of air against my back and saw the rectangle of twilight disappear into total darkness. I lunged for the handle, my fingers fumbling in the gloom, and I pulled. It wouldn't budge. It wasn't locked. It felt like it had been welded into the frame. I threw my entire weight against it, screaming at the top of my lungs, but the silence swallowed my cries before they could even leave my mouth. I turned around, my back to the door, and pulled my tactical flashlight from my belt. I clicked it on. The beam was weak, the light seeming to struggle against the shadows as if the air itself was too thick for the photons to penetrate. I swept the light around the room. The cabin was empty, save for the table and the glass, but as the beam hit the far corner, I saw it. There was a chair, a simple wooden rocking chair, and it was moving. It was rocking back and forth with a violent, frantic energy, and sitting in the chair was a shape. It wasn't a person, at least, not any person I've ever seen. It was a silhouette, a hole in the light, shaped like a man but lacking any features, any texture. It was just a void. It was leaning forward, its head tilted as if it were listening intently. To me. The realization hit me like a physical blow. It wasn't that there was no sound inside the cabin. It was that the cabin was absorbing it. Everything, the wind, my footsteps, my screams, my heartbeat, was being pulled into that thing in the corner. It was feeding on the vibrations. I watched, paralyzed, as the silhouette began to stand up. It didn't move like a human. It unfolded, its limbs stretching with an unnatural, fluid grace. It didn't have a face, but I knew it was looking at me. It took a step forward. The water in the glass on the table erupted, splashing over the sides as if reacting to a massive surge of energy. I didn't think, I didn't debate. My primal instincts took the wheel and slammed the gas. I didn't try the door again. Instead, I turned to the only window in the room, a small, four-pane square of glass thick with grime. I didn't have a tool, so I used my shoulder. I tucked my head and launched myself at the glass. I expected the crash. I expected the shatter of glass and the splintering of wood. There was nothing. I burst through the window in a shower of silent shards. I hit the dirt outside hard, rolling through the dry needles and rocks, and the moment I cleared the perimeter of the cabin's foundation, the world roared back to life. The sound was deafening. The wind, the crows, the rustle of the trees, it all hit me at once like a physical wall of noise. I scrambled to my feet, my breath coming in ragged, sobbing gasps. I didn't look back. I ran. I ran until my lungs burned like they were filled with acid, until the cabin was miles behind me and the first light of dawn began to gray the eastern sky. I didn't stop until I reached the ranger station at the trailhead. I burst through the doors, covered in blood from the window glass, shaking so hard I could barely speak. The ranger on duty, an older guy named Miller who had been in those woods for 30 years, didn't look surprised. He didn't ask me if I'd seen a bear or if I'd tripped. He just poured me a cup of black coffee and pushed a box of bandages across the counter. "You found the quiet place, didn't you?" he asked, his voice low and weary. "What is it?" I managed to choke out. "What the hell is that cabin?" Miller sighed, looking out the window at the dark silhouette of the mountains. "We don't call it a cabin, we call it a drain. Every few years, someone like you pushes too far into the north sector and stumbles onto it. Some come back, some don't. The ones who don't, well, we never find a body. We just find their gear perfectly preserved in a place where no sound ever reaches." I never went back to that sector. I quit the DNR 3 months later and took a job in the city, somewhere loud, somewhere where the hum of traffic and the shout of neighbors never stops. People complain about the noise, but I don't. I love it, because I know what it means when things go truly quiet. I still have a small scar on my shoulder from the glass. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, the scar will start to ache. And when it does, I find myself sitting up in bed, straining my ears, terrified that I'll realize the hum of the refrigerator has stopped, the wind outside has died, and the only thing left is the sound of a rocking chair I can't hear. If you're ever out in the Bitterroot and the birds stop singing, if the wind moves the trees but makes no sound, don't be curious. Don't look for shelter. Just run. Run until you can hear your own heart again. Because once the silence finds you, it doesn't want to let go. The city was supposed to be the cure. I moved to a third-floor apartment in downtown Spokane, right above a 24-hour diner and a block away from a hospital. I wanted the sirens. I wanted the screech of bus brakes and the rhythmic, metallic clatter of the elevated train. I wanted the sound of human existence to be so thick that it felt like a physical weight against my skin. For the first few months, it worked. I would fall asleep to the muffled shouts of drunks in the alley and wake up to the comforting roar of a garbage truck. I thought I had outrun the silence. But the thing about the silence in that cabin, the drain, as Miller called it, is that it doesn't just stay in the woods. It's not a location you visit, it's a condition that stays in the marrow of your bones. It started in late November, right when the first real cold snap hit the city. I was working a desk job for a private civil engineering firm, plotting coordinates for suburban cul-de-sacs. It was mindless, loud, and safe. I was staying late to finish a drainage report, the fluorescent lights humming overhead with that high-pitched electric buzz that usually drives people crazy. To me, it was a lullaby. I reached for my coffee mug, my eyes bleary from staring at the AutoCAD screen. My hand froze midair. The hum was gone. It didn't fade, it didn't flicker, it was simply deleted. I looked up at the light fixture, expecting to see the tubes dark, but they were glowing with a steady, sickly white light. I tapped the side of my monitor, no sound. I clicked my mouse. Nothing. I stood up, the wheels of my office chair gliding across the plastic mat in a terrifying, noiseless slide. I opened my mouth to shout, but I already knew what would happen. The air in the office had turned sterile. That smell, that sharp printer paper scent, was flooding my nostrils, drowning out the smell of stale coffee and floor wax. I felt the pressure building in my inner ear, a painful, vacuum-like tugging, as if the room were trying to suck the very breath out of my lungs. I looked at the window. Outside, the city was still moving. I could see the blue and red strobes of an ambulance navigating through traffic 3 stories below. I could see the wind whipping a discarded newspaper against a lamppost, but the glass didn't rattle. The city was a silent film, and I was the only one in the theater. Then I saw the water. On my desk sat a half-full bottle of mineral water. It began to ripple, not the erratic shaking of a nearby train, but those same perfect, concentric circles I'd seen in the cabin. Thump, thump, thump. I couldn't hear the impact, but I could feel it in the soles of my shoes. Something was walking through the cubicles, something heavy, something that didn't belong in a world of matter and vibration. I didn't wait for the silhouette to unfold from the shadows of the break room. I grabbed my coat and bolted for the stairs. I didn't take the elevator. I couldn't risk being trapped in a metal box where the silence could solidify. I pounded down the concrete stairs, my boots hitting the steps with a force that should have echoed like gunshots in the narrow well. Instead, it was like stepping on velvet. I burst through the heavy fire door into the lobby and sprinted out onto the sidewalk. The moment my feet hit the pavement, the world exploded. The ambulance siren wailed into my left ear, the roar of a passing motorcycle rattled my teeth, and the cold wind hissed through the city canyons. I collapsed against a brick wall, sobbing, gasping for air that finally tasted like exhaust and rain. I sat there for an hour, ignored by the commuters, just listening to the beautiful, chaotic noise of the world. But as I sat there, I realized Miller hadn't told me everything. He'd called it a drain, but he hadn't mentioned that once the plug is pulled, the suction follows you. I spent the next week in a state of hypervigilance that bordered on psychosis. I bought 3 white noise machines and ran them at full volume in my bedroom. I kept the TV on, tuned to static. I stopped sleeping in the dark, but the gaps were getting harder to fill. The silence was becoming predatory. It would wait for the split second between the end of a song and the start of the next one. It would hide in the breath I took before speaking. I knew I couldn't stay in the city. If it could find me in a skyscraper, it could find me anywhere. I needed to understand what it was. I needed to find Miller. The drive back toward the Bitterroot Range felt like a slow-motion descent into a grave. The further I got from the interstate, the more the radio began to fail. Not static, just dead air. I pushed my old truck hard, the engines roar a desperate comfort against the encroaching stillness of the pines. By the time I reached the ranger station, the sun was low, casting those same bruised, purple shadows across the ridges. The station was dark. The closed sign hung crookedly in the window. I pounded on the door, my heart hammering a rhythm I could still, thankfully, hear. "Miller," I screamed. "Miller, open up." The door wasn't locked. It drifted open on silent hinges. My blood turned to ice. I stepped inside, my flashlight cutting a path through the dust motes. The station was empty. No, not empty, abandoned. It looked like it had been sitting vacant for years, despite the fact that I'd seen Miller here only months ago. The calendars on the wall were yellowed and curled, dated 1994. The radio equipment on the desk was a rusted heap of vacuum tubes and frayed wires. On the center of the desk sat a single glass of water. It was sparkling clean. I backed away, my breath hitching in my throat, when I saw a notebook lying near the edge of the desk. It was a standard-issue DNR logbook, but the leather cover was scorched, as if it had been pulled from a fire. I grabbed it and ran back to my truck, fumbling with the keys as the silence began to pool around the tires like rising water. I drove until I hit a gas station with a flickering neon sign and a hum so loud it made my ears ache. Only then did I open the book. The entries started off normal: fire lookouts, trail maintenance, timber poaching reports. But as the dates progressed into the late 80s, Miller's handwriting changed. It became jagged, the letters tilting as if written in a moving vehicle. October 12, 1989, it's moving again. The North Sector is expanding. The USGS guys won't listen. They say it's an atmospheric anomaly, a pocket of low-density air. They don't understand that it's not the air, it's the time or the lack of it. Sound is just time moving through space. If you stop the sound, you stop the clock. November 4, 1989. Found another one, a hiker from Seattle. He was standing in the middle of the trail, 3 miles from the cabin. He was still upright, his eyes open, his hand reaching for a water bottle, but he wasn't breathing. He wasn't dead either. I touched his skin and it felt like cold stone. There was no vibration, no heartbeat. He's just paused. The cabin is a reservoir, it's collecting moments. It's a battery that runs on the frequency of living things. December 1, 1989, it followed me home. I can't hear the clock on the wall anymore. I can see the pendulum swinging, but the tick is gone. I tried to play the radio, but the music just turns into that gray smell. It wants the rest of me. It's not enough to take the sound, it wants the source. The last entry was barely legible. It was just a single sentence, written over and over again until the ink ran dry. The rocking chair is empty because the sound hasn't been digested yet. I dropped the book on the floor mat. My shoulder ached. The scar from the window glass was pulsing with a dull, rhythmic heat. I looked in the rearview mirror and pulled my shirt collar down. The scar wasn't just a mark anymore. It was turning black, the skin around it becoming translucent, revealing the absence of veins beneath. I realized then why the cabin had let me go. It hadn't been a narrow escape. It had been a tagging. I was a tether, a way for that void to reach into the world of noise and pull itself forward. The glass I'd broken wasn't a barrier to keep me in. It was a membrane, and I had punctured it. I looked out the window of the truck. The gas station attendant was standing by the pumps, his back to me. He wasn't moving. A moth was hovering near the neon sign, its wings frozen in mid-flap, suspended in the air like an insect trapped in amber. The hum of the neon sign cut out. I scrambled for the door handle, but my movements were becoming sluggish, as if the air had turned to honey. I looked at my hands. They were losing their color, fading into that same featureless silhouette I'd seen in the corner of the cabin. I tried to scream, but the sound didn't even reach my own ears. It was just a vibration in my chest that felt like a dying bird. I looked at the dashboard clock. The digital numbers were flickering, the seconds refusing to turn over. I'm writing this now in the glow of my phone, but the light is getting dimmer. The phone is at 98%, but the battery icon isn't moving. Nothing is moving. I can see the gas station attendant through the windshield, his body beginning to tilt, his silhouette starting to stretch and unfold in that fluid, unnatural way. I can't hear my heart anymore. I can't feel the steering wheel. I am becoming a part of the silence. If you find this phone, if you're reading this in a world where the birds still sing and the wind still rustles the leaves, listen to me. Don't look for the Bitterroot Range. Don't look for the cabin. And for the love of God, if you ever find yourself in a room where you can't hear your own breath, don't try to break the window. The silence doesn't want to be heard, it wants to be fed, and I think it's finally time for dinner. The rocking chair in the back of my mind has stopped moving. It's waiting for me to sit down. The ripples in my water bottle have reached the edge. I am almost quiet. The phone didn't die, it didn't run out of battery, and the screen didn't flick off. It simply ceased to be a source of light. The glow retreated into the glass, not darkening so much as becoming inert, a flat slab of meaningless matter in my hand. I dropped it. It should have clattered against the center console, perhaps sliding down into the footwell with a plastic thud. Instead, it fell like a leaf through a vacuum. landing with a soft, visual puff of dust that made no sound at all. I tried to stand to throw myself out of the truck and back into the neon-lit sanctuary of the gas station, but my muscles were no longer mine to command. They felt heavy, saturated with a leaden stillness that had nothing to do with exhaustion. It was the weight of the cabin. It had finally caught up to the piece of itself it had left inside me. Through the windshield, the gas station attendant began to change. He had been a middle-aged man in a grease-stained uniform, probably thinking about his shift ending or the cold coffee in his thermos. Now he was a smudge. His edges were blurring, the colors of his clothes bleeding into the gray macadam of the parking lot. He didn't fall. He didn't scream. He simply stretched. His torso elongated, his limbs thinning into those terrible, fluid tendrils I had seen in the rocking chair. He was being harvested. The drain wasn't just a place in the woods, it was a phenomenon that could manifest wherever a breach had been made. And I was the breach. I felt a cold pressure against my shoulder. The scar, it wasn't just aching now, it was pulling. It felt like a hook had been driven into my bone and someone was slowly, methodically winding a winch. My body was being drawn toward the passenger door, which shouldn't have been possible, yet I felt my torso tilting, my head lolling against the headrest. I looked at the passenger seat. It wasn't empty anymore. The silhouette was there. It wasn't the man from the gas station, not yet. It was the original shape from the cabin, the hole in the world that looked like a man but was actually a vacuum. It sat perfectly still, its head turned toward me. It had no eyes, no mouth, no nostrils, yet I could feel its hunger. It wasn't a hunger for flesh. It was a hunger for the very frequency of my existence. It wanted the pulse in my neck, the friction of my joints, the electrical firing of my synapses. It wanted to stop the music of my life so it could add the silence to its collection. I tried to pray, but the words wouldn't form in my mind. Even my internal monologue was beginning to stutter, the thoughts becoming fragmented and static. Run, no, stay, quiet, dark, rocking. The creature reached out a hand, or what passed for a hand. It was a long, tapering shadow that seemed to drink the dim light of the truck's cabin. As its fingers approached my chest, I saw the air between us begin to distort. The dust motes didn't just stop, they vanished into the blackness of its skin. Then something happened that shouldn't have been possible in a world of absolute silence. A vibration. It wasn't a sound, it was a shudder, deep and tectonic, vibrating through the frame of the truck. It was rhythmic, heavy, and metallic. Clang, clang, clang. The silhouette flinched. Its head snapped toward the rear of the truck. The grip on my shoulder loosened, the vacuum pressure in my ears momentarily easing. I forced my eyes toward the side mirror. A tow truck was pulling into the gas station. It was an old, battered rig, its amber lights rotating with a mechanical whine that I couldn't hear, but I could feel the displacement of the air. The driver was leaning on the horn. I couldn't hear the blast, but I saw the vibration of the glass in the tow truck's windows. The silhouette in my passenger seat began to vibrate in sympathy with the noise. It looked pained, if a void can feel pain. It began to flicker, its edges becoming jagged and unstable, like a digital image breaking up under a weak signal. The tow truck driver jumped out. He was a massive man in a high-visibility vest, and he was shouting. I saw his chest heaving, his mouth wide, his face red with the effort of making noise. He was carrying a heavy iron crowbar, and he wasn't looking at the gas station attendant or the frozen moth. He was looking directly at my truck. He swung the crowbar. He didn't hit the creature. He hit the side of his own tow truck, a massive, ringing blow against the steel bed. The impact was like a lightning bolt. A shockwave of pure, unadulterated noise tore through the silence. It didn't come as a sound, it came as a physical wall of force that shattered the vacuum. The silhouette in my passenger seat let out a visual scream, a sudden, violent expansion of its form that cracked the windshield, and then it vanished. It didn't move away. It simply folded back into the darkness between the atoms. The world roared back. The sound of the tow truck's engine, the hiss of the air brakes, the frantic honking of the horn, and the scream of the gas station attendant, who had collapsed to the pavement, shivering but whole, hit me with the force of a tidal wave. I vomited instantly, the sudden return of sensory input too much for my brain to process. My ears bled, a warm trickle of copper-tasting liquid running down my neck, but I didn't care. The noise was beautiful. The noise was life. The tow truck driver reached my door and yanked it open. He didn't ask if I was okay. He grabbed me by the front of my jacket and hauled me out of the cab, throwing me onto the oil-stained concrete. "Keep moving," he bellowed, his voice like gravel in a blender. "Don't let the air settle. Make noise. Move." He started banging the crowbar against the side of my truck, a rhythmic, deafening clang-clang-clang that echoed off the hills. He kicked a metal trash can over, then stomped on it, creating a cacophony of scraping and denting. "Who are you?" I gasped, my voice sounding like a stranger's in my own head. "Miller's brother," the man spat, not stopping his mechanical assault on the silence. "He told me you'd be coming back. He told me the North Sector doesn't let go once it gets a taste. Now get in the rig, we have to get to the bridge." I scrambled into the passenger seat of the tow truck. The interior smelled of tobacco, diesel, and old sweat, the most wonderful smells I'd ever encountered. The driver hopped in, slammed the gear shift into first, and floored it. He didn't turn off the horn. He kept his hand jammed against the center of the steering wheel, the blaring tone a constant protective shield around us. "Miller is gone, isn't he?" I asked, looking back at the gas station. The attendant was standing up now, looking dazed, but the moth was flying again. The world had resumed its clockwork. "Miller's been gone since '94, the driver said, his eyes fixed on the road. "The thing you saw in the station, that wasn't him, that was a recording, a lure. The cabin uses the memories of the people it takes to draw and the ones who escaped. It hates a vacuum, kid. It wants everything to be as still as it is." "He called it a drain," I whispered, clutching my arm. The scar was white again, the blackness receded, but the skin felt thin like parchment. "It's a leak," the driver corrected. "Something from a place where time doesn't move found a crack in the bitter roots. It's been eating this forest for 100 years. Every scream it swallows makes it bigger. Every heart it stops gives it more reach." He reached into the glove box and pulled out a heavy, industrial-grade air horn, the kind used on ships. He handed it to me. "If you feel the air get thick, if you stop hearing the engine, you blast that until your ears bleed. You hear me? Don't stop. The silence is like ice. You have to keep cracking it or it'll freeze you solid." We drove for hours, heading south, away from the mountains, away from the quiet. We didn't talk much. The roar of the truck and the constant, deliberate noise the driver made, whistling, tapping his rings against the wheel, humming tunelessly, was our only defense. "Where are we going?" I asked as the sun began to peek over the horizon. a real golden sun that brought the sound of waking birds with it. Now, to the coast, he said, the ocean, the waves never stop, the wind never dies. You can't find silence at the edge of the Pacific. It's too loud, too chaotic. The drain can't gain a foothold there. He looked at me, his face etched with a weariness that matched the lines in the DNR logbook. But you need to understand something, kid. You broke the window. You didn't just escape. You carried a piece of the void out with you. You're a tuning fork now, tuned to a frequency that doesn't exist. You'll never be able to live in a quiet house again. You'll never be able to take a walk in a park at night. You are the host for a silence that wants the whole world. I looked at my reflection in the side mirror. My eyes looked hollow. Behind me in the distance, the Bitterroot Mountains were a jagged line of purple against the dawn. They looked peaceful. They looked still. I clutched the air horn to my chest like a holy relic. I understood now why Miller had stayed as long as he did. He wasn't a ranger. He was a sentry. He was trying to keep the silence contained, trying to warn off the curious before they could become tethers. And he had failed. I had been the one to let it out. As we crossed the state line, the driver finally let go of the horn. The silence of the morning was filled with the hum of the tires on the asphalt and the whistling of the wind through the vents. It was enough for now. But I knew that somewhere in a darkened office in Spokane or a quiet bedroom in a suburb, the rocking chair was still moving. I knew that the drain was still hungry. And I knew that eventually the batteries in every megaphone would die, the engines would run out of gas, and the waves would settle. Until then, I would live in the noise. I would seek out the construction sites, the crowded bars, the thunderstorms, and the city squares. I would become a connoisseur of the loud, a devotee of the dissonant. Because I know what happens when the music stops. I know what's waiting in the gaps between the notes. We reached the coast 3 days later. The sound of the surf was a rhythmic, crashing roar that filled my head and drowned out the phantom creak of the wooden chair. I found a small shack near a pier where the foghorns blared every few minutes and the seagulls never stopped their piercing, frantic cries. I sat on the porch watching the gray water churn and foam. I pulled a small glass of water from the kitchen and set it on the railing. I watched the surface. It was choppy, disturbed by the wind and the salt spray. It was messy. It was loud. It was perfect. But then, for a fraction of a second, the wind died. The seagulls went quiet. The waves seemed to hang in the air, frozen in their crest. And in that heartbeat of stillness, the water in my glass smoothed out into a perfect, glassy mirror. A single ripple started in the center. I didn't wait. I picked up a heavy brass bell I'd bought at a pawn shop and began to ring it, swinging it with a desperate, frantic energy, screaming into the wind until my throat raw. The waves crashed again, the birds screamed, the world moved on. I am still here, I am still loud, but I am running out of things to break. If you are reading this, please turn up your music, call a friend, start a fire. Do anything, but do not sit in the dark and listen to the quiet. Because the quiet is listening to you. The salt air was supposed to be a thick auditory blanket, but after 3 weeks in the shack by the pier, I realized that nature's noise is too rhythmic. It has a pulse, and anything with a pulse can be synced. I sat on my porch, the brass bell resting against my knee, watching the white caps of the Pacific. The lighthouse a mile out was my metronome. Every 30 seconds, its foghorn let out a low, mournful groan that vibrated in my teeth. It was a good sound. It was a heavy sound, but in the gaps between the groans, the silence was starting to grow teeth. I had become a scholar of dissonance. My small room was a chaotic museum of noise. I had 3 different radios tuned to static at varying volumes, a mechanical metronome ticking at an irregular speed, and a wind chime made of jagged, rusted rebar that shrieked whenever the gale caught it. I slept in 4-hour bursts, usually with a white noise machine pressed directly against my ear. The skin there was raw and peeling, but the alternative was the creeping stillness that lived in the marrow of my bones. The scar on my shoulder had become a barometer. When the air was truly loud, when a storm rolled in and the thunder shook the pilings, the scar was a pale, flat line of dead tissue. But when the wind died or when the tide reached that eerie momentary slack between rising and falling, the scar would darken. It would begin to throb not with blood but with a hollow, sucking pressure. It felt like a mouth pressed against my skin, trying to inhale the heat of my body. On the 22nd day, the tow truck driver, Miller's brother, showed up. He didn't knock, he kicked the door open, the crash of wood against the frame a welcome explosion of sound. He looked worse than I did. His eyes were bloodshot, and he carried a heavy industrial boombox on a strap over his shoulder, blasting a recording of a jackhammer. He didn't say hello. He walked over to my table, picked up my glass of water, and watched it. The surface was vibrating from the jackhammer recording, tiny concentric rings dancing toward the center. "It's getting closer," he said, his voice barely audible over the mechanical clatter. "I'm at the ocean," I shouted back, gesturing toward the crashing surf. "It's constant. How can it be closer?" He set the glass down and looked at me. "The ocean is just another reservoir, kid. It's big, but it's deep. And at the bottom, miles down where the light doesn't reach, it's the quietest place on Earth. The drain didn't stay in the Bitterroots. It's using you like a compass. You're the North Pole for every patch of silence in 1,000 miles. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled map. It wasn't a road map. It was a topographical chart of the coastline marked with dozens of black ink dots. "These are cold spots," he said. "Places where the birds stopped singing this morning. Places where the wind hit a wall and just quit. They're forming a circle around this pier. It's not just trying to take you anymore. It's building a cage." I felt a cold sweat prickle my neck. What do we do? Move further south, a city. "A city is worse," he spat, his eyes darting to the window. "A city has alleys. It has basements. It has millions of people who go to sleep at the same time and leave the air empty. No, we need something that doesn't rely on the weather or the birds. We need the forge." He didn't explain what the forge was, and I didn't ask. I just grabbed my bell and my radios and followed him to the truck. He had modified the rig since I'd last seen it. He'd welded steel plates to the exterior, and a series of air raid sirens were bolted to the roof, powered by a dedicated generator in the back. As we pulled away from the coast, he flipped a switch, and a low-frequency hum began to vibrate through the floorboards. It wasn't a sound you heard with your ears. It was a sound that made your lungs ache. "The forge is an old steel mill in the Rust Belt," he explained as we hurtled down the highway. The sirens on the roof let out a periodic, deafening chirp every 60 seconds. "It's been running since the 40s. They never turn the furnaces off. The noise is baked into the bricks. It's the only place I know where the silence can't find a shadow to hide in." We drove east, away from the rhythmic safety of the waves and back into the heart of the country. The further we got from the water, the more I noticed the tagging. It wasn't just the cold spots Miller's brother had mentioned. It was the way the world was beginning to look. In the small towns we passed through at twilight, I saw people standing on their porches, perfectly still. They weren't looking at the truck, they were looking at nothing. Their silhouettes were slightly blurred, their edges softening into the gray evening air. A dog was frozen in mid-bark in a front yard, its mouth open but no sound coming out. The trees didn't rustle as we sped past. Their leaves were stiff as iron, locked in a moment that refused to pass. "Don't look at them," Miller's brother warned, his hand white-knuckled on the wheel. "If you acknowledge the stillness, you give it permission to include you. Stay loud, think loud." I started reciting every song lyric I knew, screaming them until my vocal cords felt like they were fraying. I pounded my fists against the dashboard, keeping a frantic, irregular beat. I was terrified of the rhythm. If I tapped too steadily, the silence would find the gap between the beats and wedge itself in. I had to be chaotic. I had to be noise without form. By the second night, the generator in the back of the truck started to sputter. The low-frequency hum wavered. I felt it instantly, a sudden, sharp drop in the thickness of the air. The scar on my shoulder flared with a heat so intense I screamed, the sound tearing out of my throat and vanishing into the cabin of the truck. "Keep it going," Miller's brother yelled, kicking the floorboards. "Don't let it drop." But the engine was dying. Something was in the fuel line, not dirt, not water, but nothing. The truck began to slow, the heavy tires rolling to a stop on a deserted stretch of highway lined with dead cornfields. The silence hit us like a physical weight. It wasn't the absence of sound, it was the presence of something else. The cornstalks stood like rows of jagged teeth, unmoving in a wind I could see bending the grass further down the road. The moon was a flat, white disk that provided no light, only a pale, drained imitation of it. "Out," Miller's brother hissed. He grabbed a flare gun from the dash. "We have to make a perimeter. Noise won't save us if it's just us. We need fire." We stepped out onto the asphalt. The air felt like heavy syrup. Every movement required a monumental effort of will, as if the atmosphere were trying to set like concrete around our limbs. I tried to ring my bell, but the clapper felt like it was moving through honey. The sound it produced was a dull, muffled thud, as if the brass had been turned to lead. "It's here," I whispered. My voice didn't even leave my lips. It stayed inside my head, a vibration in my skull that felt like a dying fly. In the middle of the highway, 50 yards ahead of us, the silhouette was waiting. It wasn't just one anymore. There were 3 of them. They were taller than the one in the cabin, their forms more fluid, more realized. They didn't have faces, but they had the suggestion of features, depressions where eyes should be, long, tapering slits for mouths. They weren't standing on the road, they were woven into it. They looked like shadows cast by a light that wasn't there. Miller's brother fired the flare gun. The red spark shot into the air, but there was no bang. The flare didn't hiss. It hung in the sky, a frozen drop of red light that refused to fall. It didn't illuminate the road, it only made the shadows of the creatures grow longer, stretching toward us like reaching fingers. The creatures began to move. They didn't walk, they unfolded. It was a sickening, geometric progression, their limbs lengthening and snapping into new positions with a visual violence that made my stomach churn. They were digesting the distance between us. I looked at my hands. The skin was becoming translucent. I could see the bones, but the marrow was gone, replaced by a gray, misty void. I wasn't just losing my sound, I was losing my density. The rocking chair, I thought, the memory of the cabin flooding back. The rocking chair is empty because the sound hasn't been digested yet. I realized then that the creatures weren't the source, they were the stomachs. They were the vessels where the noise was stored until it could be turned into more silence, and I was the richest meal they'd found in decades. Miller's brother grabbed me by the arm. His grip was weak, his fingers already beginning to blur into the gray air. He pointed toward the cornfield. Deep in the rows, I saw a flicker. It wasn't a flare, it was a spark, a real, honest, messy spark of friction. A tractor was idling in the field. It was an old, rusted beast, probably left there by a farmer who had been taken mid-harvest. But its engine was still turning. It was a mechanical heart beating against the stillness. Go, Miller's brother tried to shout, but he was fading. His high-visibility vest was losing its color, turning the same dull gray as the road. He shoved me toward the field and then turned toward the silhouettes. He didn't have a weapon that could hurt them, so he did the only thing he could. He began to clap. It was a slow, deliberate sound. Crack, crack, crack. With every clap, a spark of color returned to his hands. With every clap, the silhouettes flinched, their forms flickering like a bad television signal. He was using the last of his physical existence to create friction, to create a ripple in the void. I ran. I plunged into the corn, the dry husks scraping against my skin. I couldn't hear the rustle, but I could feel the sharp edges cutting my arms. I reached the tractor. It was a massive, ancient John Deere, and the engine was coughing, struggling against the encroaching vacuum. The air around the exhaust pipe was shimmering with heat, the only heat left in the world. I climbed into the seat and slammed my foot onto the throttle. The engine roared. It was a beautiful, filthy, grinding scream of metal and fuel. The vibration tore through the seat and into my spine, and for a moment the world snapped back into focus. I could hear the corn rustling. I could hear my own ragged breath. I looked back at the road. Miller's brother was gone. There was no body, no clothes, no sign that he had ever existed. There was only the flare gun lying on the asphalt and the three silhouettes. They were standing where he had been, their forms bloated and dark. They had eaten his noise. They had digested his life. They turned toward the tractor. The engine was loud, but it wasn't enough. I could see the silence creeping across the field like a frost, turning the yellow corn to gray ash as it approached. The roar of the tractor was being muffled, the sound shrinking back into the metal. I looked at the dashboard of the tractor. There was a heavy iron wrench sitting in a toolbox. I grabbed it and looked at the massive, spinning flywheel on the side of the engine. If I wanted to live, I couldn't just make noise. I had to make a scream that the silence couldn't swallow. I leaned over the side of the tractor, the wind of the flywheel whipping my hair. I took the wrench and I jammed it directly into the spinning gears. The sound was cataclysmic. It wasn't a roar, it was a shriek of dying metal. The wrench was caught, the gears grinding against it, sparks exploding in a blinding cascade of orange and white. The tractor bucked beneath me, the engine tearing itself apart from the inside out. The noise was so loud it transcended sound. It became a physical shockwave that shattered the frozen air. The corn stalks exploded into dust. The silhouettes on the road were ripped apart, their fluid forms scattered like smoke in a gale. The cage of silence that had been building around me shattered like a glass dome hitting the floor. I was thrown from the seat as the tractor's engine finally detonated, a secondary explosion of fuel and fire that lit up the night for miles. I hit the ground hard, the world spinning, my ears ringing with a high-pitched, beautiful whine. I lay there in the dirt, the heat of the burning tractor warming my face. I reached up and touched my shoulder. The scar was gone, not faded, not healed. It was simply gone, as if the skin had never been broken. I stayed there until the sun came up. The fire eventually died down to a smolder, and the birds began to chirp in the distance, real, living birds, their songs messy and uncoordinated. I walked away from the wreck, heading south on the highway. I didn't look back at the cornfield or the spot where Miller's brother had disappeared. I didn't have to. I could hear the world again. I could hear the hum of the power lines, the distant sound of a truck on another road, the crunch of gravel under my boots. I stopped at a diner a few miles down the road. It was a busy place, filled with the clatter of silverware, the hiss of the griddle, and the low, constant murmur of people talking about nothing important. I sat at the counter and ordered a coffee. The waitress was a young woman with a bright, loud laugh. She dropped a spoon, and the metallic tang as it hit the floor made me smile so hard it hurt. "You okay, sugar?" she asked, pouring the coffee. "You look like you've been through a war." "I just had a long night," I said. My voice was clear. It had weight. It had a shadow. I picked up the spoon and tapped it against the side of my ceramic mug. Tink, tink, tink. The sound was small, but it was mine. I looked at the window. The world outside was full of motion, cars passing, trees swaying, clouds drifting. It was loud, it was chaotic, it was alive. But then I noticed a man sitting in the corner booth. He was perfectly still. He had a cup of coffee in front of him, but he wasn't drinking it. He was staring at the wall, his eyes open, his hand reaching for a sugar packet. I froze, my heart hammered against my ribs, a loud, frantic beat. I watched him. I waited for him to blink. I waited for him to breathe. A fly landed on his cheek. He didn't flinch. He didn't move. The waitress walked past him, her tray loaded with plates. She didn't notice him. No one noticed him. I looked at his coffee. The surface was as smooth as a mirror. Not a single vibration from the busy diner touched it. I stood up, my chair scraping loudly against the floor. I walked over to his table, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. I reached out a hand, my fingers trembling. "Sir," I whispered. I touched his shoulder. He felt like cold stone. And then, in the reflection of the window next to him, I saw it. The rocking chair wasn't in the cabin anymore. It was in the parking lot, sitting under a neon sign that had just flickered out. It was empty. But it was moving. It was rocking back and forth, faster and faster, carving a rhythm into the silence that was starting to bleed back into the room. I didn't run, I didn't scream. I just picked up a heavy glass sugar shaker from the table and smashed it against the floor. The sound of the breaking glass was the only thing that kept the world from stopping. I realized then that Miller's brother was wrong. The forge wouldn't save me. The ocean wouldn't save me. The silence wasn't a place, it was a debt, and it had finally decided that it was done waiting for the interest to accrue. I am writing this on a napkin in a diner that is slowly going quiet. The waitress is still laughing, but her voice is getting thinner. The jukebox is playing a song, but the notes are starting to turn into that gray, dusty smell. I have a pocket full of coins and a heavy brass lighter. I'm going to make as much noise as I can. But I think the song is almost over. And the silence is standing right behind me, waiting for the final note to fade. The sugar shaker's explosion was a jagged, beautiful punctuation mark, but the silence swallowed the debris before the shards could even settle. The waitress didn't jump, she didn't look over. She was frozen in a mid-laugh tilt, her mouth an open, soundless cavern. The steam from the grill didn't rise, it hung in gray, ghostly ribbons as stiff as funeral veils. I looked at the man in the booth. His skin wasn't just pale anymore, it was becoming matte, absorbing the light of the fluorescent tubes overhead. I reached out and flicked his coffee cup. It didn't ring, it didn't even thud. It felt like flicking a piece of compressed ash. I backed away, my boots making no sound on the linoleum. The diner was a wax museum. A trucker was halfway through a bite of toast, the crumbs suspended in the air between his lip and the plate. A toddler was mid-tantrum, her face purple and contorted, but the scream was trapped behind her teeth, a pressurized vacuum that made my own ears ache. I burst through the double doors into the parking lot. The neon sign for Eat was dark, but the hum it should have made was replaced by a localized throbbing in the air. The rocking chair was there, just as I'd seen in the reflection. It was a simple thing, slat-backed dark wood, but it was moving with a frantic, violent energy, the rockers biting into the asphalt. Thump creak, thump creak. It was the only sound left in the world, and it was a lie. It wasn't the sound of wood on road. It was the sound of a heart beating in a body that had already died. I didn't head for a car. Engines were too complex, too many moving parts that the silence could jam with its psychic grit. I ran toward the highway, my lungs burning. The air was getting thin again, that terrifying lack of resistance that meant I was becoming a ghost in my own life. I needed the forge. Miller's brother had died for the idea of it, and it was the only North Star I had left. I pulled the map from my pocket, the one he'd given me. The ink dots were bleeding, the black spots spreading across the paper like a mold, erasing the roads, erasing the towns. Only one spot remained clear, a smudge of soot-colored ink near the border of Ohio and Pennsylvania, the forge. I found a bicycle leaning against a gas pump. It was a kid's mountain bike, neon green and obnoxious. I grabbed it, the metal cold and unresponsive, and began to pedal. The silence followed. It wasn't a pursuit, it was an encroachment. The world behind me was simply ceasing to be. As I pedaled down the center line of the empty highway, I looked over my shoulder. The diner was gone, not destroyed, not dark, just gone. Where it had been was a smudge of static, a visual hum that hurt to look at. The road was unspooling into nothingness. I sang every commercial jingle, every nursery rhyme, every profane curse word I could conjure. I barked like a dog. I howled at the sun, which was now a pale, sickly yellow, providing light but no warmth. I am here, I screamed, the words feeling like dry crackers in my mouth. I am loud, I am a riot. The bicycle's chain began to slip, not because it was broken, but because the concept of tension was failing. The world was becoming soft. I ditched the bike and ran. By nightfall, I reached the outskirts of an industrial wasteland. The air here smelled of sulfur and ancient heat. High on a hill, silhouetted against a sky that had turned the color of a bruised plum, stood the forge. It was a cathedral of corrugated steel and iron, its chimneys like broken fingers reaching for a heaven that had gone quiet. Even from a mile away, I felt the vibration. It wasn't a sound. It was a subterranean growl, a tectonic resonance that shook the marrow in my bones. It was the baked-in noise Miller's brother had talked about. Decades of hammers, of white-hot steel meeting cold water, of men shouting over the roar of furnaces that never went out. As I approached the gates, the three silhouettes appeared again. They didn't come from the woods or the shadows. They stepped out of the air itself, their forms taller now, more defined. They had elongated limbs that ended in many-jointed fingers, and their heads were smooth, featureless eggs of obsidian. They moved in a synchronized, stuttering fashion, like frames dropped from a film. I fumbled for the heavy brass lighter in my pocket. My hands were so translucent I could see the spring and the flint through my own palm. I struck it. The spark was a tiny, defiant scream. The flame took, a small yellow tongue licking at the void. I held it out like a shield. The creatures paused, their bodies rippling. They hated the fire, not the heat, but the crackle. The chaotic, unpredictable sound of combustion was anathema to them. I ran past them, my heart a frantic drum. They didn't chase, they simply drifted, maintaining the same distance, waiting for the flame to die, waiting for me to run out of breath. I reached the main doors of the forge. They were massive iron slabs, rusted shut. I threw my shoulder against them, but it was like hitting a wall of lead. I began to pound on the metal with my fists, the sound a dull, muffled thud that the silence tried to eat as soon as it was born. "Open up," I shrieked. "I'm not done yet. I'm still making noise." I found a discarded iron pipe in the weeds. I grabbed it and began to smash it against the door. Clang, clang, clang. The sound was glorious. It was a high, ringing vibrato that echoed through the valley. The silhouettes flinched, their forms blurring into gray smoke. I kept hitting the door, my arms aching, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I put everything I was into that rhythm, every fear, every memory of the ocean, every scream I'd ever held back. The door didn't open, but the ground began to shake. From deep within the forge, something answered. It started as a low whistle, like steam escaping a high-pressure valve. Then it grew into a moan, a metallic lament that seemed to rise from the very foundations of the earth. And then the furnaces woke up. They hadn't been extinguished. Miller's brother was right. The noise was baked into the bricks. The forge was a battery of sound, and my frantic hammering had completed the circuit. The massive chimneys suddenly belched a roar of invisible pressure. A sound so loud it had a physical weight slammed into me, knocking me flat on my back. It wasn't just a noise, it was a wall of acoustic energy. It was the collective ghost of a century of labor. The three silhouettes didn't just fade, they shattered. They broke apart like glass in a blast furnace, their dark forms splintering into 1,000 shards of nothingness before vanishing entirely. The sky above the forge turned a violent, electric blue. The silence was being pushed back, driven out of the valley by the sheer, unadulterated volume of the mill's memory. I lay on the ground, the vibration of the earth massaging my tired muscles. My skin was solid again. The translucency was gone. I could feel the grit of the dirt, the cold of the night air, the wetness of my own sweat. The roar continued for hours. It was a symphony of industry, the ghost of the hammer, the phantom of the forge, the scream of the steam. It was the loudest place on earth, and for the first time in weeks, I felt safe. But as the sun began to rise, a real sun, orange and searing, the roar began to taper off. The battery was draining. The echoes were settling back into the bricks. I stood up, my ears ringing with a profound, beautiful tinnitus. I looked at the forge. It was just a ruin again, a skeleton of a dead era. I walked to the road. I knew the silence wasn't gone forever. It was a predator, and I was still the prey. It had lost this round, but the world was a big place, and there were too many quiet corners, too many empty rooms, too many people who had nothing left to say. I found an old truck in the tall grass near the mill. The keys were in the ignition, left by someone who had probably been included in the stillness years ago. I turned the key. The engine coughed, sputtered, and then roared to life. It was a messy, loud, polluting sound. I loved it. I put the truck in gear and headed west. I didn't have a plan other than to stay in the light and keep the radio tuned to the static between stations. I drove for hours, passing through towns that were slowly waking up. I saw people walking their dogs, kids waiting for school buses, the mundane, noisy chaos of life. I wanted to pull over and hug every one of them. I wanted to tell them to never stop talking, never stop shouting, never let the rhythm of their lives fall into a steady, predictable beat. I reached a small town in Indiana around noon. I stopped at a hardware store and bought 36 wind chimes, a box of bells, and a battery-operated megaphone. I rigged the chimes to the bed of the truck so they would clatter with every bump in the road. I taped the megaphone to the roof, set to a constant, low-level feedback loop. I was a rolling riot, a one-man parade of discord. I stopped at a small park to rest. There was a fountain in the center, the water splashing merrily into a stone basin. I sat on a bench and watched a group of pigeons fighting over a crust of bread. Their cooing and the flapping of their wings were the most beautiful things I'd ever heard. But then the pigeons went still. One by one, they stopped fighting. They stopped cooing. They turned their heads toward the woods at the edge of the park, their orange eyes wide and unblinking. The fountain didn't stop flowing, but the sound of the water changed. It became muffled, as if someone had draped a heavy blanket over the stone. I felt the familiar throb in my shoulder. The scar wasn't there, but the memory of it was, a ghost pain that signaled the approach of the vacuum. I looked toward the woods. A man was standing there. He was wearing a tattered, high-visibility vest. My heart stopped. Miller's brother, I whispered. He didn't move, he didn't speak, he was just a silhouette, his edges softening into the green of the trees. He wasn't him anymore. He was just a vessel, a stomach. He raised a hand, his fingers long and many-jointed. He wasn't pointing at me, he was pointing at the fountain. I looked back. The water was still moving, but it was no longer water. It was a clear, viscous liquid that made no sound as it hit the basin. The ripples didn't move outward, they moved inward toward the center, forming a perfect, silent circle. The drain hadn't stayed at the forge. It hadn't stayed at the ocean. It was everywhere. I grabbed my megaphone and clicked it on. The feedback shrieked, a high-pitched wail that made my teeth ache. The man in the woods flinched, his form flickering. But then he did something I didn't expect. He smiled. It wasn't a human smile. His mouth opened too wide, stretching until it reached his ears, revealing a throat that was a bottomless pit of gray mist. "The song," he said. The voice didn't come from his mouth. It came from inside my own head, a vibration in my teeth that felt like a dying fly. "The song is almost over." I didn't wait. I ran for the truck. the wind chimes in the back screaming as I peeled out of the parking lot. I drove until I hit the interstate, my eyes fixed on the rearview mirror. The man in the vest was gone, but the silence was following. It was in the way the cars on the highway were moving, too smoothly, too quietly. It was in the way the sun was setting, the light draining out of the sky without a single cloud to catch the glow. I realized then that I couldn't keep running. I couldn't spend the rest of my life in a rolling fortress of noise. Eventually, I would run out of gas. Eventually, I would fall asleep. Eventually, the silence would find the gap between my heartbeats and wedge itself in. I needed something more than noise. I needed a frequency that the silence couldn't digest. I looked at the map again. The soot-colored smudge of the forge was still there, but there was another mark, one I hadn't noticed before. It was a faint, golden circle in the middle of the desert near the Nevada border. Next to it, in Miller's brother's frantic handwriting, were two words, the hum. I didn't know what it meant, but it was the only lead I had left. I turned the truck west toward the setting sun and the empty spaces of the map. I was going to find the hum. I was going to find the sound that never ended, the one that the world made when it thought no one was listening. And if I couldn't find it, well, I still had my lighter. I reached out and turned the radio up, the static a comfort against the encroaching dark. "I'm still here," I whispered to the empty cabin. The silence didn't answer. It didn't have to. It was just waiting for me to stop talking. And for the first time, I was starting to realize that the silence wasn't the enemy. It was just the end of the story. And every story, no matter how loud, eventually has to reach its final page. I pressed my foot onto the gas, the engines roar a defiant, lonely scream against the coming night. I wasn't ready for the end yet. I still had a lot of noise left to make. The highway became a blurred ribbon of gray as I pushed the old truck past 80. The wind chimes in the back were no longer musical. They were a frantic metallic screaming, a mechanical panic that mirrored the drumming of my pulse. Every vibration of the chassis felt like a tether to reality, a coarse reminder that I still occupied a world of friction and force. But even with the windows down and the air howling through the cab, I could feel the edges of the sound fraying. The wind didn't whistle, it hissed like steam from a dying radiator. The roar of the tires on the asphalt was losing its grit, turning into a smooth, oily slide. I crossed the Missouri River at dusk. The water below was a sheet of black glass unruffled by the breeze, reflecting the first stars with a terrifying, motionless clarity. There were no ripples, no gurgle against the concrete pylons, just a heavy liquid silence that seemed to pull at the truck as I crossed the bridge. I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned the color of bone. I didn't look at the rearview mirror. I knew what was back there. The smudge of static, the visual hum, the erasure of the world I had just left behind. I stopped at a truck stop outside of Salina, Kansas, purely because the lights were too bright to ignore. It was a cathedral of sodium vapor and diesel fumes. I kept the engine idling, the vibration of the floorboards a constant comfort against the soles of my boots. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of burnt coffee and fried grease, but the atmosphere was brittle. A group of truckers sat at a long counter, their flannel shirts vibrant under the fluorescent tubes, but they weren't talking. They were staring at their plates. One man was holding a fork halfway to his mouth, his eyes fixed on a spot on the wall. He wasn't frozen like the people in the diner. He was vibrating. A microscopic, high-frequency tremor shook his hand, making the fork a silver blur. It was as if he were trying to shake himself loose from a web I couldn't see. I walked to the back toward the electronics section. My footsteps were dull thuds, the sound dying the moment my heel left the linoleum. I found what I was looking for, a heavy-duty, shortwave radio and a stack of blank cassette tapes. I grabbed a handful of air horns from the automotive aisle and a gallon of high-grade motor oil. When I went to the register, the clerk didn't look up. He was a teenager with acne and a name tag that read Caleb. He was tapping a rhythm on the counter with a ballpoint pen. Tap, 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 tap. It was a frantic, irregular beat, the sound of someone trying to prove they still existed. "How much?" I asked, my voice sounding like it was coming from inside a lead-lined box. Caleb didn't answer, he just kept tapping. The pen snapped. The plastic casing shattered and the spring leaped out, bouncing silently across the floor. He didn't flinch. He just picked up another pen from a jar and started again. Tap, 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 tap. I threw a wad of crumpled 20s on the counter and walked out. I didn't need change. Change was a concept for a world that still had a future. Back in the truck, I tore open the packaging for the shortwave radio. I tuned it to the lowest frequency possible, searching for the hum Miller's brother had scribbled about. All I got was the white noise of the universe, the background radiation of the Big Bang, a cosmic shush that felt like sand being poured into my ears. I turned the volume to the max and pulled back onto the interstate. The Kansas plains were an ocean of nothingness. The darkness wasn't just the absence of light, it was a physical weight, a velvet curtain that had been dropped over the horizon. The truck's headlights carved a narrow tunnel through the gloom, but the light didn't seem to travel as far as it should. It hit a wall of murk 50 feet ahead and simply stopped. I started the recording. I talked into the cassette player, narrating every mile, every signpost, every intrusive thought. Mile marker 142. The sky is the color of a dead television. I can't hear the crickets anymore. I think the crickets were the first to go. They have such small voices, easy to swallow. I'm thinking about the cabin. I'm thinking about the way the dust moved in the shafts of light. It didn't float, it drifted like it was being pulled by a tide. I should have known then. The silence wasn't empty. It was full. It was a crowded room where everyone was holding their breath. I paused, listening to the playback. My voice was thin, reedy, stripped of its resonance. I sounded like a recording of a recording. As I pushed into Colorado, the landscape began to buckle. The flat plains gave way to jagged foothills, but they didn't look like mountains. They looked like crumpled paper, black and sharp, against a sky that was losing its stars. One by one, the lights in the heavens were winking out. Not falling, not fading, just being extinguished like candles in a drafty room. The hum started somewhere near the border. It wasn't a sound at first. It was a pressure in my sinuses, a thrumming in the roof of my mouth. It felt like standing too close to a massive transformer, the kind that hums with the power of 1,000 homes. It was a low, steady 60-cycle vibration that seemed to originate from the earth itself. I checked the radio. The static hadn't changed, but the needle on the signal strength meter was buried in the red. I leaned forward, squinting through the windshield. The road ahead was changing. The asphalt was no longer black. It was glowing with a faint, bioluminescent blue. It wasn't light exactly. It was more like the way a TV screen looks when it's turned off but still holds a charge. The lines on the road were vibrating, shimmering like heat haze on a summer afternoon. And then I saw the others. They weren't the silhouettes from the forge. They weren't the long-limbed shadows with obsidian heads. These were cars, dozens of them, hundreds of them, all pulled over to the shoulder of the highway. Their engines were off, their lights dark. I slowed down, the wind chimes in my truck bed clattering with a hollow, lonely sound. I pulled over behind a rusted-out station wagon. I stepped out of the cab. The air didn't feel thin here. It felt dense. It felt like walking through invisible water. The hum was everywhere now, a tectonic moan that made the hair on my arms stand up. It was a sound that had no beginning and no end. It was the sound of the planet turning on its axis, the friction of the mantle against the crust. I walked past the line of cars. In every one of them, there was someone sitting in the driver's seat. They weren't frozen. They were leaning back, their eyes closed, their expressions peaceful. They looked like they were listening to a symphony. I reached the station wagon. An old woman sat behind the wheel, her hands folded in her lap. Her lips were moving slightly, as if she were humming along to a tune I couldn't quite catch. "Hello," I whispered. She didn't open her eyes. "Listen," she breathed. Her voice was a fragile thread, but it was there. It hadn't been swallowed. "Can you hear the core it's singing?" "What is this place?" I asked, my own voice gaining a bit of its strength back from the ambient vibration. "The great resonance," she said, her eyes fluttering open. They weren't the terrified eyes of the people in the diner. They were clear, reflecting the blue glow of the road. "The silence can't get in here. It's too crowded. The earth is too loud. It's been shouting since the beginning, and it'll be shouting long after the stars go dark. We just forgot how to tune in." I looked toward the horizon. The golden circle on the map wasn't a town. It was a geographical anomaly, a place where the crust was thin, where the subterranean noise of the planet bled through the surface. But as I stood there, feeling the hum vibrate through the soles of my boots, I saw the darkness beginning to fringe the edges of the blue glow. The silence wasn't giving up. It was surrounding the oasis, piling up like a snowdrift against a warm door. The shadows at the edge of the light were taller than trees, their featureless heads tilted, waiting for the hum to falter. "It won't last," I said, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. "The earth is cooling. The core is slowing down. Eventually, even this will go quiet." The old woman smiled, a sad, knowing curve of her lips. "Everything goes quiet eventually, dear, but not tonight. Tonight we have the song." I looked at the radio in my hand. The blank tape was still spinning. I realized then what I had to do. I wasn't just a witness, I was a carrier. I couldn't stay here in the safety of the hum. If I did, the silence would eventually win by attrition. I had to take the hum with me. I had to broadcast it into the void. I ran back to the truck. I took the air horns and taped them to the grill, connecting them to the compressed air tank I'd scavenged. I took the megaphone and wired it to the shortwave radio, turning the volume until the speakers began to crackle. I began to record the hum, not just the sound of it, but the feeling of it. I held the microphone against the vibrating earth. I held it against the glowing asphalt. I held it against the hood of the truck. As the tape whirred, I felt a change in the air. The silence at the edge of the glow recoiled. The shadows flickered, their forms becoming translucent. They hated the hum even more than they hated the crackle of the fire. The fire was chaotic, but the hum was fundamental. It was the sound of existence itself, a constant, unchanging I am that left no room for the vacuum. I climbed back into the cab. I had 3 blank tapes left. I would fill them all. I would create a library of noise, a fortress of frequency that I could carry back into the dark. I looked at the map one last time. The golden circle was fading, the ink being reclaimed by the silence that was eating the paper. But I didn't need the map anymore. I knew the way. I put the truck in gear and began to drive, not away from the silence, but through it. I headed back east, toward the places that had gone dark, toward the diners and the cabins and the empty parking lots. I was no longer running, I was a broadcast. As I drove, the wind chimes screamed and the air horns blared, a discordant, beautiful riot of sound. The shortwave radio pumped the hum out through the megaphone, a subterranean growl that shook the very air. The shadows on the highway didn't just move aside, they evaporated. The static in the rearview mirror began to recede, replaced by the flickering lights of distant towns. I passed the truck stop in Kansas. Caleb was still at the counter, but he wasn't tapping anymore. He was looking out the window, his mouth open in a wide, genuine laugh as the roar of my truck shattered the stillness of the night. I didn't stop, I couldn't stop. The tapes were spinning, capturing the pulse of the world, and I had a debt to pay. The silence had wanted my life, my memories, my very voice. It had wanted to turn me into a still life, a frozen moment in a dead world. But as I roared down the highway, the hum vibrating in my teeth, I knew it had failed. I am writing this on the back of the map, the paper crinkling loudly in my hand. I am in a motel room in Missouri. The television is on, tuned to a channel of pure static. The air conditioner is humming a low, rattling tune. My truck is idling in the parking lot, its engine a steady, reassuring heartbeat. The silence is still out there. I can feel it pressing against the windows, waiting for the power to fail, waiting for the tapes to break, waiting for the hum to fade. But I have a pocket full of coins and a heavy brass lighter. I have a truck full of noise and a heart that refuses to beat in rhythm with the void. The song isn't over, it's just getting started. And as long as I can hear the ringing in my ears, as long as I can feel the vibration of the road, I am not alone. I looked at the reflection in the motel window. The rocking chair wasn't there. The parking lot was empty, save for my truck and a stray cat that was yowling at the moon. I reached out and touched the glass. It didn't feel like stone. It felt like glass, cold, hard, and resonant. I tapped it with my fingernail. Tinka. The sound echoed through the small room, a tiny, defiant spark in the dark. I smiled. I'm still here, I said, and for the first time in a long time, the words didn't sound like a lie. I lay down on the bed, the static of the television washing over me like a warm tide. I closed my eyes, but I didn't go to sleep. I listened. I listened to the hum of the fridge, the drip of the faucet, the distant roar of the interstate. I listened to the world being loud. And in the center of it all, beneath the layers of noise and chaos, I could still hear the hum, the deep, tectonic moan of a planet that refused to go quiet. I am the noise in the dark, I am the crackle in the void, and I will keep driving until the silence has nothing left to say. The motel room in Missouri was a temporary bunker, but the static on the television was beginning to thin. I watched the screen as the gray snow started to organize itself into shapes, not pictures, but rhythmic pulses that synchronized with the beating of my own heart. I realized then that the silence didn't just swallow sound, it mimicked it. It was a predator that learned the frequency of its prey. I didn't stay until morning. I couldn't. The moment the air conditioner cycled off, the room felt like it was being vacuum sealed. The walls seemed to draw inward, the floral wallpaper losing its color until the roses looked like bruised thumbprints on a corpse. I grabbed my bag, the shortwave radio still clutched to my chest like a holy relic, and bolted for the door. The parking lot was a graveyard of abandoned machinery. The stray cat I'd seen earlier was gone, or perhaps it had never been there at all. My truck was the only thing breathing. The exhaust was a thick white plume in the pre-dawn chill, a physical manifestation of energy that gave me the courage to put my hand on the door handle. As I pulled back onto the interstate, heading further east, the nature of the world began to distort. It wasn't just the silence anymore, it was the unmaking. I passed a billboard for a local attorney. The face on the sign was melting, the vinyl peeling away not from wind or age, but as if the concept of the man's identity was being retracted. By the time I was a mile past it, the billboard was a blank white slab, a tooth in a rotting mouth. The trees lining the highway were losing their fractal complexity. The branches weren't swaying, they were stiffening into geometric lines, simplifying themselves until they were nothing more than dark strokes against a graying sky. The silence was stripping the world of its detail. It was moving from the ears to the eyes, erasing the noise of visual information. I shoved a fresh tape into the deck. This one wasn't just the hum. I had spent the last hour of the night recording myself screaming, not in terror, but in cadence. I had recited every poem I remembered from school, every lyric to every song that had ever gotten stuck in my head, and every curse word I knew. I had turned my own history into a wall of noise. Mile marker 88, I barked into the cabin, my voice raw. The sky is the color of a wet sidewalk. The road is becoming a straight line. No cracks, no potholes. It's too perfect. It's a rendering. I'm driving through a sketch of a world. I looked at the passenger seat. The map was almost entirely white now. The soot-colored smudge of the forge and the golden circle of the hum were gone, leaving only the faint, ghostly indentation of the pen where Miller's brother had pressed too hard. I traced the ghost words with my thumb. The forge. If the hum was the sound of the earth living, the forge had to be something else. If the silence was the end of the story, the forge was where the story was written, or where it was being erased. I reached the outskirts of St. Louis by noon. The gateway arch should have been visible from miles away, a silver sliver against the horizon. But as I approached, I saw only a smudge of charcoal-colored fog. The city wasn't there. There were no skyscrapers, no bridges, no tangled knots of traffic. There was only a vast, flat expanse of gray dust that stretched toward the Mississippi. The river was a dry trench. The mud at the bottom had hardened into hexagonal plates like a prehistoric lake bed. I stopped the truck at the edge of the dust. The silence here was heavy, a physical pressure that made my ears pop painfully. It wasn't just the absence of sound, it was the absence of potential. Nothing could happen here. No wind could blow because there was no air to move. No fire could burn because there was no oxygen to consume. I stepped out. The air horns on the grill let out a pathetic, muffled honk. The sound didn't travel, it fell to the ground like a lead weight. I looked down at my hands. They were becoming pale, the veins beneath the skin fading from blue to a dull, translucent gray. I was being simplified. No, I whispered. The word didn't even leave my lips. It stayed in my throat, a lump of unspoken defiance. I reached into the back of the truck and grabbed the gallon of motor oil and my lighter. I walked 20 feet into the gray dust, my boots sinking into the fine powder. It felt like walking on ash. I poured the oil in a wide circle around me, the black liquid looking like a hole cut into the world. I knelt in the center and struck the lighter. The flame was small, a flickering orange tongue that seemed terrified of its surroundings. I touched it to the oil. The fire didn't roar, it didn't crackle. It spread in a slow, silent ring of blue and orange. But it was something. It was a chemical reaction, a transformation of matter, a chaotic protest against the stillness. I sat in the center of the burning circle and turned on the shortwave radio. I cranked the volume to the point of distortion. The hum began to leak out, thin and wavering, fighting against the density of the gray dust. And then the ground began to shake. It wasn't a tectonic shift. It was a vibration of the very fabric of the space I was standing in. The gray dust began to dance, forming patterns, cymatic shapes, intricate mandalas of vibration. For a moment, the world around me regained its complexity. I saw the ghosts of buildings, the shimmering outlines of the city that used to be, reconstructed by the frequency of the hum and the heat of the fire. I saw them then, the ones who lived in the silence. They were standing just outside the ring of fire. They weren't shadows anymore. They were tall, elegant beings made of glass and smoke. Their faces were smooth, featureless planes that reflected the flames. They weren't monsters, they were custodians. They were the ones who folded the laundry of the universe, who turned off the lights when the party was over, who wiped the chalkboard clean. One of them stepped forward. It didn't walk, it simply occupied the space closer to me. It reached out a hand, a long, tapering limb that ended in a point. It touched the edge of the fire. The flame turned white and vanished. The circle was breaking. The silence was pouring in through the gap, a cold tide that extinguished the heat and the light. I grabbed the radio, hugging it to my chest. "I'm not finished," I yelled, though I couldn't hear my own voice. "There's still sound, there's still noise." The being leaned in. It didn't have a mouth, but I felt its thought resonate in the marrow of my bones. "Why do you cling to the echoes?" it asked. The voice was like the sound of a mountain crumbling into the sea, beautiful, inevitable, and devastatingly quiet. The song is over. The silence is the rest. It is the peace you have been seeking since the moment you were born. "It's not peace," I thought back, my mind screaming against the intrusion. "It's nothing. It's the absence of everything." "Exactly," the being replied. "The burden of being is heavy. The noise is the friction of your soul against the void. Let it go, become the stillness." It reached for the radio. Its fingers were inches from the plastic casing, which was already beginning to turn translucent, losing its materiality to the gray. I didn't think. I acted on a primal lizard brain impulse. I didn't use the radio as a shield. I used it as a weapon. I smashed the radio against the ground. The casing shattered, the batteries leaked. The internal components, the copper coils, the transistors, the quartz crystals were exposed to the gray dust. And in that moment of destruction, the radio let out one final, agonizing burst of feedback. It was a sound so sharp, so dissonant, so utterly wrong that the glass and smoke being recoiled. The feedback wasn't a note, it was a tear in the silence. It was the sound of a machine dying, a digital scream that carried all the frustrated energy of the hum and the tapes and my own voice. The gray dust erupted, the mandalas shattered, the being shivered and dissolved into a cloud of fine, crystalline soot. For a heartbeat, the world was loud again. I heard the wind. I heard the distant, ghostly tolling of a bell from a cathedral that no longer existed. I heard my own breath, ragged and wet in my lungs. I scrambled back to the truck. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely grip the door handle. I threw the truck into reverse, the tires spinning in the ash, spraying gray grit into the air. I didn't look back until I was 5 miles away, back on the strip of asphalt that still looked like a road. The gray expanse was receding. The Missouri border was reasserting itself, the trees regaining their leaves, the billboards regaining their lies, but the sky stayed gray. The sun was a pale, heatless coin that refused to sink or rise. I checked the tape deck, the tape I'd been recording, the one with my poems and my curses, was melted. The plastic had fused into a single black lump. I was out of tapes. I was out of radios. I looked at the dashboard. The fuel gauge was hovering just above empty. The engine was making a ticking sound, a rhythmic metallic tapping that sounded like a clock counting down. I realized then that the hum wasn't a destination. It was a battery, and I was running low. I reached into the glove box and pulled out the only thing left. It was a small, hand-cranked music box I'd found in the cabin, tucked behind a loose floorboard. I hadn't looked at it in weeks. I'd forgotten it was there. I turned the crank. The music box played a simple, tinkling melody. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. It was tiny. It was fragile. It was the kind of sound a child makes to keep the monsters under the bed. But in the cabin of the truck, as the engine ticked and the world outside simplified itself into shadows, the melody was a roar. I kept cranking, my arm ached, the muscles burning, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. The moment the music ended, the silence would find the gap. I turned the truck east again. I wasn't going to the forge. I wasn't going to the hum. I was going back to the beginning. I was going back to the cabin. If the silence started there, then that's where the plug was. That's where the leak in the world had begun. Miller hadn't been running away from the cabin. He'd been trying to find enough noise to take back with him to plug the hole. He'd failed. He'd run out of gas or out of tapes or out of breath. But I had the music box, and I had the lighter, and I had the memory of the hum vibrating in my bones. I drove through the night, a lone spark in a world that was being slowly deleted. I passed through towns that were nothing more than names on a map, their streets empty, their windows dark. I didn't see any more people. I didn't see any more shadows. The world was becoming a solo performance. As I crossed into the woods that led to the cabin, the truck finally gave out. The engine sputtered, coughed a cloud of blue smoke, and died. The silence hit me like a physical blow. It was so sudden, so absolute, that I felt my nose begin to bleed. I sat there for a moment, the music box in my lap. The only sound was the clink, clink, clink of the cooling metal of the engine. I got out of the truck. I didn't take my bag. I didn't take the empty air horns. I took the music box and the lighter. The woods were different. The trees were no longer trees, they were columns of obsidian, their leaves replaced by sharp, black shards that didn't rustle in the wind. The path was a ribbon of white light that seemed to lead nowhere and everywhere at once. I walked. I turned the crank on the music box. Tinkle, tink, tinkle. The sound felt like it was being carved out of the air. Each note was a spark of color in a monochrome world. A blue note, a yellow note, a red note. They hung in the air behind me, a trail of breadcrumbs made of frequency. I saw the cabin. It sat in the clearing like a knot in a piece of wood. It was the only thing that looked real. The logs were brown, the moss was green, the chimney was made of red brick. It was an island of reality in a sea of nothingness. But there was no smoke from the chimney. There was no light in the windows. And standing on the porch, waiting for me, was Miller. He wasn't the man from the photos. He was a hollowed-out shell, his skin the color of old parchment, his eyes two pits of absolute darkness. He wasn't moving. He was part of the porch, part of the silence. I stopped at the edge of the clearing. I kept cranking the music box. I found the hum, I said. My voice was a ghost of itself, but the music box amplified it, giving it a metallic, melodic edge. Miller didn't move, but the door to the cabin creaked open. It wasn't an inviting sound. It was the sound of a mouth opening to swallow. Inside the cabin, I could see it, the source. It wasn't a monster. It wasn't a machine. It was a rift, a vertical slit in the air about 6 feet tall that pulsed with a slow, rhythmic darkness. It was the no sound. It was a tear in the fabric of the universe where the background radiation of existence was being sucked out. The silence wasn't coming from the rift was the silence. I walked toward the porch. Miller's head turned with a sickening, dry crackle like a dead branch breaking. He didn't try to stop me. He just watched with those empty pits for eyes. I stepped onto the porch. The wood felt soft like rotting meat. I reached the doorway. The cold coming from the rift was so intense it felt like fire. It smelled of ozone and old dust and the end of time. I looked at the music box. The spring was almost wound down. The melody was slowing, the notes becoming distorted, dragging. Twinkles, twinkle, little. I looked at the rift, and then I looked at the lighter in my hand. I knew what the forge was now. It wasn't a place on a map, it was a choice. You could either be the fuel, or you could be the spark. I didn't throw the music box into the rift. I didn't try to plug the hole with noise. I realized that you can't fight the silence with sound. You can only fight it with meaning. I reached out and touched the rift. My hand didn't disappear. It felt like sticking my arm into a hive of invisible bees. My skin began to glow, not with the blue of the hum, but with a bright, searing white. I wasn't being erased. I was being translated. I began to sing, not a song I knew, but a song I was making up in the moment. A song about the smell of rain on hot asphalt. A song about the way a cup of coffee feels in your hands on a cold morning. A song about the sound of a woman's laugh in a crowded room. I sang the noise of my life into the void. The rift began to tremble. The darkness started to bleed color, shades of violet and gold and crimson. The silence began to scream. It was a sound of 1,000 voices all trying to speak at once, a cacophony of everything that had ever been forgotten. Miller fell to his knees, his parchment skin cracking, revealing a core of brilliant, humming light. The cabin began to dissolve. The woods began to melt. The world was turning into a whirlpool of sound and color, a chaotic forge where the new story was being hammered out. I didn't close my eyes. I watched as the silence was consumed by the noise of my own soul. And then there was the sound of a single clear note. A bell. I opened my eyes. I was sitting in my truck. The engine was idling smoothly. The radio was playing a soft jazz station, the saxophone a warm, golden thread in the air. The sun was rising over the Missouri River, the sky a riot of pink and orange. I looked at the passenger seat. The map was there. It was just a map. No smudges, no golden circles, just roads and towns and places to go. The music box was in my lap. I turned the crank. It played Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. It sounded like a toy. I looked in the rearview mirror. My eyes were my own. My skin was tan, my veins were blue. But when I reached out to turn off the radio, I noticed something. The silence wasn't gone. It was still there, tucked in the corners of the cab, waiting behind the saxophone, sitting in the gaps between my heartbeats. But it wasn't a predator anymore. It was just a pause, a breath. I put the truck in gear and started to drive. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had a lot of noise left to make. And as I crossed the bridge, I leaned out the window and shouted at the top of my lungs. The sound echoed off the water, loud and messy and beautiful. And for the first time, the world answered back. The bridge hummed beneath my tires, a rhythmic thrumming that felt like a heartbeat. For a few miles, I let the jazz on the radio wash over me, the notes of the saxophone curling like smoke in the cabin. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard because it was flawed. There was a slight hiss in the broadcast, a crackle of static every time I passed under a power line, a human error in the fingering of a note. It was noise. It was glorious, messy, entropic noise. I pulled into a gas station outside of Columbia. The air smelled of diesel and cheap asphalt and the sweet, cloying scent of honeysuckle from a nearby ditch. I stood by the pump, watching the numbers climb on the flickering red display. A teenager in a stained hoodie was leaning against a vending machine, rhythmically clicking a ballpoint pen. Click-clack, click-clack. In the old world, the one I had just left, or perhaps the one that had almost swallowed me, that sound would have been a jagged tear in the silence. Here, it was a miracle. I wanted to hug him. I wanted to tell him that his annoying habit was a tether to reality, a drumbeat keeping the void at bay. Instead, I just nodded as I went inside to pay. The cashier didn't look up from her phone. A small television mounted in the corner was playing a morning talk show. Two people were arguing about a local zoning law. Their voices overlapped, rising in pitch, a chaotic tangle of opinions and ego. I leaned against the counter, closing my eyes, letting the banality of it saturate me. "That'll be $42.50, the cashier said. Her voice was flat, bored, and wonderful. I handed her a $50 bill. As she reached for the drawer, I saw her hand pause. She frowned, looking at the bill, then at me. "You okay, honey? Your ears are bleeding." I reached up and touched my lobes. My fingers came away stained with a dark, tacky red. The pressure of the silence hadn't fully dissipated. It had left its mark, a physical rupture from where the world had tried to turn itself off. "Just allergies," I said, my voice sounding strange even to me, thicker, as if I were speaking through water. "Rough season," she muttered, counting out my change. I walked back to the truck, the sun feeling unnaturally heavy on my shoulders. I climbed into the cab and looked at the music box sitting on the dash. It looked different now. The wood was polished, the tiny crank gleaming in the morning light. It wasn't just a toy anymore, it was a tuning fork. I didn't head back to the city. I couldn't. The city was too much noise, a cacophony that would mask the symptoms if the silence started to leak back in. I needed to know if what I had done at the cabin was a repair or just a temporary patch. I needed to find the others. Miller hadn't been alone. The map had shown more than just the forge and the hum. There were other smudges, other faint indentations where the pen had pressed too hard. I picked up the map and traced a line south toward the Ozarks. There was a spot there, a place called Blackwood Creek, where the paper felt thin, almost translucent. As I drove, the landscape began to shift. The rolling hills of Missouri grew steeper, the trees thicker. The radio started to fade, the jazz dissolving into a sea of white noise. I didn't panic. I reached out and turned the dial, searching for a signal, any signal. I found one. It wasn't music. It wasn't a talk show. It was a voice, low and distorted, reciting a string of numbers. 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. It was a numbers station, an old relic of the Cold War, shortwave ghosts that haunted the airwaves. But as I listened, the numbers changed. Mile marker 88. The sky is the color of a wet sidewalk. The road is becoming a straight line. My blood turned to ice. It was my voice, my own recording from the night before, the one I thought had melted in the tape deck. It was broadcasting across the Ozarks, a loop of my own descent into the gray. I'm driving through a sketch of a world, the radio me whispered. I slammed my hand against the dashboard, trying to change the frequency, but the dial wouldn't budge. The needle was stuck, vibrating violently against the glass. The voice on the radio began to slow down, the pitch dropping until it was a guttural growl. The song is over. The trees on either side of the road began to lose their color. The vibrant green of the oaks faded to a dull, dusty silver. The road ahead didn't curve, it simply ended in a wall of white fog. I didn't stop. I couldn't. If I stopped, the simplified world would catch up to me. I pressed the accelerator, the engine screaming in protest. The music box on the dash began to vibrate, the lid snapping open. It didn't play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. It played a dissonant, jarring chord that vibrated in my teeth. I hit the fog at 60 miles an hour. The world didn't go dark, it went white, a blinding, sterile white that erased the hood of the truck, the road, and the sky. I was floating in a void of pure information. And then the sound returned. It wasn't the hum, it wasn't the silence. It was the sound of a hammer hitting an anvil. Clang, clang, clang. The fog parted. I wasn't on the road anymore. The truck was parked in the middle of a vast, open field. In the center of the field stood a structure that defied logic. It was a cathedral made of rusted scrap metal, towering hundreds of feet into the air. Gears the size of Ferris wheels turned slowly in the walls, their teeth grinding together with a sound that made my bones ache. This was the forge. It wasn't a place where things were erased. It was a place where the world was manufactured. I got out of the truck, the music box clutched in my hand. The air here was hot, smelling of scorched iron and sulfur. Figures moved among the gears, tall, spindly things that looked like a cross between a man and a clockwork mechanism. They weren't the glass and smoke beings from the silence. These were the builders. They were covered in soot, their movements jerky and precise. One of them stopped and looked at me. It had a face made of brass plates with glowing blue apertures for eyes. It held a massive wrench in one hand and a cooling rod in the other. "You're late," the being said. Its voice was a grinding of gears, a mechanical approximation of human speech. Late for what? I asked, my voice small against the roar of the forge. The reset, the silence was the preparation. The forge is the reconstruction. We are moving to the next movement. The being pointed toward the center of the cathedral. There, suspended in a web of glowing copper wires, was a sphere of pure, liquid light. It pulsed with a rhythmic thrumming, the true hum. The world you knew was a first draft, the being continued. Full of errors, full of noise, the silence was the eraser. Now we begin the final copy. You can't do that, I said, stepping forward. The noise is what makes it real. The errors are the point. The being tilted its head, a series of clicks emanating from its neck. Noise is inefficiency. Error is decay. We seek the perfect frequency. The sound that never ends and never changes. I looked at the sphere of light. It was beautiful, yes, it was perfect, and it was dead. It was a single note held forever, a scream frozen in time. I looked down at the music box in my hand. It was a cheap, mass-produced toy. It was full of tiny, imperfect gears. Its spring was prone to snapping. Its melody was simple and childish. It was exactly what the forge hated. I'm not letting you finish the song, I said. I didn't use the lighter, I didn't use my voice. I walked toward the sphere of light, the heat blistering my skin. The mechanical beings didn't try to stop me. They watched with cold, mathematical curiosity. I reached the center of the cathedral. The copper wires hummed with a power that threatened to dissolve my very atoms. I stood before the sphere of light, the heart of the new world. I opened the music box. I didn't turn the crank. I reached inside and pulled out the small, notched metal cylinder, the heart of the music. I held it up to the sphere of light. This is a human song, I whispered. It's small and it's tired and it's been played 1 billion times, but it's ours. I threw the cylinder into the liquid light. For a second, nothing happened. The sphere continued to pulse, its perfect blue glow undiminished. And then a ripple appeared. The blue light turned a muddy, flickering orange. The rhythmic thrumming faltered, breaking into a stuttering, syncopated beat. The gears in the walls of the cathedral began to groan, their teeth slipping, their timing failing. The perfect frequency was being infected by the twinkle, twinkle melody. The simple, 3-chord structure was a virus in the complex machinery of the forge. The mechanical beings began to vibrate, their brass plates rattling. One of them let out a sound that was almost a sob, a burst of static and grinding metal. The noise, it wailed, the dissonance. The cathedral began to shake. Huge shards of rusted metal fell from the ceiling, crashing into the field. The sphere of light expanded, turning into a swirling vortex of colors, reds, greens, yellows, purples. The noise was deafening now, a roar of 1 billion different sounds, all competing, all fighting, all living. I was thrown backward, the force of the explosion pinning me against the side of my truck. I watched as the forge collapsed in on itself, the gears melting, the copper wires snapping like whips. The white fog rushed back in, but this time it wasn't empty. It was filled with the ghosts of everything the silence had tried to erase. I saw Miller, his skin no longer parchment, his eyes bright with tears. I saw the gateway arch shimmering like a silver ghost. I saw the Mississippi River, its waters rushing back into the dry trench. And then the world exploded into sound. I woke up in the cab of the truck. The sun was high in the sky, the heat baking the dashboard. I was parked on the shoulder of a highway I didn't recognize. The radio was on. It was a local station, a weather report. Expecting heavy thunderstorms by late afternoon, so keep those umbrellas handy. In the meantime, here's a classic from the archives. I sat there for a long time, listening to the rain start to tap against the windshield. It was a light, rhythmic sound, 1,000 tiny drummers performing a symphony on the glass. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the music box. It was empty. The cylinder was gone. The spring was broken. It was just a hollow wooden box. I smiled. I put the truck in gear and pulled back onto the road. The world was loud. It was crowded. It was full of traffic jams and screaming sirens and crying babies and bad music. It was a mess. It was the most beautiful noise I had ever heard. I drove toward the horizon, the windshield wipers clearing the path, their steady thump-thump, thump-thump keeping time with the beating of my heart. I didn't need the hum anymore. I didn't need the tapes. I was the noise, and as long as I was breathing, the silence would have to wait its turn. The rain didn't stop at a drizzle. It intensified, turning into a rhythmic drumming that hammered against the roof of the truck with a frantic, percussive energy. It was a chaotic sound, unpredictable and wild, and I sat there in the driver's seat just soaking it in. Every drop was a data point, a tiny rebellion against the smooth, silent void I had escaped. I reached out and turned the radio dial, not looking for a specific station, but just to hear the friction of the static between the signals. That white noise, the cosmic background radiation of a functioning universe, felt like a warm blanket. I pulled out onto the blacktop, my tires hissing against the wet pavement. The world felt heavy again, not the oppressive, thinning heaviness of the cabin, but the good weight of matter and gravity. I could feel the vibrations of the engine in my thighs, the slight misalignment of the front left tire tugging the steering wheel toward the ditch. It was a flaw. It was beautiful. I drove for an hour before I saw the first sign of life that wasn't a memory. It was a roadside diner, a squat building of chrome and neon that looked like it had been dropped into the middle of the Missouri wilderness by a passing cloud. The sign flickered, Mabel's home cooking, the M buzzing with a dying transformer's hum. I pulled in, my boots splashing into a deep puddle as I stepped out. The air was thick with the scent of fried onions and damp earth. I walked to the door, my hand trembling as I reached for the handle. I was terrified that when I pulled it, the interior would be a sketch, a hollow room filled with parchment people. The bell above the door chimed, a sharp, brassy ring that cut through the low rumble of the storm. The diner was nearly full. The sound hit me like a physical wave. The clatter of silverware against ceramic plates, the low murmur of a dozen different conversations, the sizzle of a flat-top grill, and the rhythmic thump hiss of a swinging kitchen door. It was a symphony of the mundane. I took a seat at the counter. The vinyl of the stool was cracked, the yellow foam peeking through like an old wound. Coffee. The waitress was a woman in her 60s with hair the color of a storm cloud and eyes that had seen every type of traveler the road had to offer. She didn't look like an architect of the universe. She looked like she needed a cigarette. Please, I said. My voice was still a little raspy, but it carried the weight of the room. She poured the coffee, the dark liquid steaming in the air. You look like you've been through a hedge backwards, sugar. You okay? I looked at my reflection in the chrome of the napkin dispenser. My face was gaunt, my eyes rimmed with red, and there was a faint, silvery scar running down the side of my neck where the silence had tried to unmake me. I looked like a man who had survived a shipwreck on a sea that didn't exist. "I'm fine," I said, and for the first time in weeks I wasn't lying. Just had a long night. "The storm's a beast," she agreed, wiping the counter with a rag that smelled of bleach. "Radio says there's a cell sitting right over the valley, not moving an inch, just dumping everything it's got." I took a sip of the coffee. It was bitter, burnt, and perfect. "Is there a town nearby?" I lost my bearings a bit. "You're about 20 miles outside of Salem," she said. "Keep heading east on 32, you'll hit the interstate eventually." I nodded, watching the steam rise from my cup. As I sat there, the door opened again. The bell chimed. A man walked in wearing a heavy canvas coat, shaking the water off his hat. He took a seat 3 stools down from me. He didn't order anything at first. He just sat there, staring at his hands. I felt a prickle at the back of my neck. It wasn't the cold of the rift, but a resonance, a familiar frequency. I turned my head slightly. The man was middle-aged, his skin tanned and weathered, but his eyes had that same haunted, wide-awake look I saw in the mirror. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object. He set it on the counter. It was a cassette tape. The plastic casing was cracked and the brown film was tangled, spilling out of the bottom like a dead vine. "It won't play anymore," he whispered. He wasn't talking to me, but I heard him. "The song is gone." I felt a cold stone settle in my stomach. I looked at the waitress. She was at the far end of the counter, laughing at something a regular had said. She didn't notice the man. She didn't notice the tape. I slid down 2 stools closer to him. "Where did you find that?" The man turned to me. His expression didn't change, but his pupils dilated until his eyes were almost entirely black. "I didn't find it. I made it. I spent 10 years recording the sound of the wind in the pines. I thought if I captured it, I could keep the world from fading." "The forge," I whispered. He flinched at the word. "You've been there. You saw the gears." "I saw them break," I said. "I threw something into the light. I think I stopped the reset." The man let out a long, shuddering breath. He picked up the broken tape and squeezed it until the plastic snapped in his palm. "You didn't stop it. You just delayed it. The forge is self-correcting. It's a machine, friend, and machines don't like grit in the gears." He looked toward the window. The rain was still falling, but the quality of the light was changing. The neon sign outside wasn't flickering anymore. It was glowing with a steady, unnatural blue, the same blue as the hum. "They're coming for the noise," the man said. "They're coming to collect the echoes." I looked around the diner. The waitress was still laughing, but the sound was becoming repetitive. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. It was a loop. The man at the end of the counter was cutting his steak, but his arm was moving in a perfectly timed arc over and over, the knife never actually hitting the meat. The meaning I had sung into the rift, it was being processed. The forge was taking my memories, my songs, my noise, and it was turning them into templates. It was using my soul as a blueprint to build a more convincing cage. "We have to leave," I said, grabbing the man's arm. "There's nowhere to go," he said, his voice becoming flat, losing its inflection. "The road only leads back to the center. Every town is just a different room in the cabin now. No, I said, standing up. The map. The map was real. There were other spots, not just the forge. There were places where the ink ran, places where the paper was thick and messy. I reached into my pocket, but the map wasn't there. I had left it in the truck. I bolted for the door. The bell chimed, but the sound didn't fade. It hung in the air, a single, sustained note that grew louder and louder until it was a piercing shriek. I pushed through the door and ran into the parking lot. The truck was there, but it looked different. The paint was too bright, the edges too sharp. It looked like a photograph of a truck pasted onto a background of gray. I ripped open the door and grabbed the map from the passenger seat. I spread it out on the steering wheel. The golden circles were gone, the smudges were gone. The map was a perfect, clean grid of lines and names. Springfield, Rolla, St. Louis, it was a masterpiece of cartography. It was a lie. I looked at the music box on the dash. The wood was beginning to turn into that gray, fibrous material, the parchment skin of Miller. "You want noise?" I screamed at the sky. "I'll give you noise." I didn't start the engine. I knew the truck wouldn't move me anywhere real. Instead, I grabbed the heavy flashlight from the glove box and smashed the glass of the radio. I reached into the dashboard, tearing out the wires, pulling the guts of the machine into the light. I found the speaker wires. I found the power lead. I looked at the music box, the empty, broken shell of it. I realized that the meaning wasn't in the song. It was in the act of creation. It was in the friction. I took the metal crank from the music box, the only part I hadn't thrown into the light, and I began to scrape it against the exposed wires of the truck's battery. Spark, crackle, snap. The blue light of the neon sign flared, then dimmed. The sound of the rain faltered, the rhythm breaking. I wasn't just making noise, I was making a short circuit. The man from the diner came out onto the porch. He looked at me, his face starting to crack, the blue light leaking from his mouth. "What are you doing?" "I'm breaking the loop," I shouted. I took the map, the perfect, clean, lying map, and I held it to the sparks. The paper caught fire instantly, but it didn't burn black. It burned with a chaotic, multicolored flame, the ink running and twisting as the fire consumed the grid. As the map burned, the world around me began to flicker. For a split second, the parking lot vanished, and I saw the true face of the Ozarks. Not a forest, not a road, but a vast, infinite sea of gray static, with the cabin no sound and the forge sitting like islands in the void. I saw the connections, the lines of force that held the illusion together. They weren't made of light, they were made of silence. The fire reached my fingers, but I didn't let go. I watched as the flames licked the air, creating a jagged hole in the gray. "The forge isn't the heart," I yelled to the man. "The forge is the filter. The heart is under us." I jumped out of the truck and began to dig. Not with a shovel, but with my bare hands, tearing at the perfect, manicured gravel of the parking lot. Underneath the stones, there wasn't dirt. There was a layer of thick, black rubber. It felt like the insulation of a massive cable. I took the metal crank and stabbed it into the rubber. The ground groaned, a sound like 1,000 cello strings snapping at once echoed through the valley. The diner began to tilt, the chrome walls buckling. The waitress appeared in the window, her face a blank white oval, her hands pressed against the glass. I twisted the crank, tearing a hole in the insulation. A gush of something that wasn't water or oil sprayed out. It was liquid sound. It was a concentrated torrent of every whisper, every scream, every footstep that had ever been erased by the silence. It hit me with the force of a fire hose, filling my ears, my nose, my lungs. It didn't drown me, it woke me up. I saw the world for what it was, a massive, ancient mechanism that had grown tired and decided to simplify itself. It was a cosmic entity that had forgotten how to dream, and so it had started to delete the parts of the dream that were too complicated to maintain. I was a complication. The liquid sound began to pool around my feet, dissolving the gray reality of the parking lot. The man from the diner fell into the pool, and as he touched the liquid, his parchment skin melted away, revealing a human being underneath, a man who looked like he had been asleep for 1,000 years. "Remember," I shouted at him, the sound of my own voice echoing in the roar of the torrent. "Remember the smell of the rain. Remember the taste of the coffee." He looked at me, his eyes clearing, the black pupils shrinking back to normal. "I remember," he whispered. "I remember the way her hair felt." As soon as he said it, a tree sprouted from the black rubber. It wasn't a silver, simplified tree. It was a gnarled, ugly, beautiful oak, its leaves a chaotic mess of green and brown. The forge was a machine of subtraction. I had found the source of addition. The cathedral in the distance, the forge, let out a final, agonizing shriek. The great gears stopped turning. The liquid light at its center didn't explode. It simply evaporated, unable to exist in a world that was becoming complicated again. The white fog began to boil, turning into heavy gray clouds that actually held rain. The no-sound rift in the cabin, wherever it was now, closed with a definitive thud like a book being shut. I stood in the middle of the dissolving parking lot, the liquid sound still gushing from the wound in the world. I knew it wouldn't last forever. The world would scab over. The mechanism would find a new way to cope, but for now, the noise was back. I looked at the man. He was standing by the oak tree, touching its bark with a look of pure wonder. "Where do we go now?" he asked. I looked at the horizon. It wasn't a straight line anymore. It was jagged, uneven, and hazy with the promise of 1,000 different paths. "We go find the others," I said, "the ones who are still stuck in the quiet. We go make some noise." I walked back to my truck. It was a piece of junk again. The engine was leaking oil, the upholstery smelled like old cigarettes, and the radio was a shattered mess of wires. I turned the key. The starter groaned, complained, and finally, with a triumphant roar of combustion and friction, the engine caught. I looked at the passenger seat. There was no map. There was no music box. There was just a blank piece of paper and a pencil that had rolled under the seat. I picked up the pencil. I didn't draw a road. I didn't draw a circle. I wrote a single word: listen. Then I put the truck in gear and drove toward the sound of the world coming back to life. In the distance, I heard a dog bark, a messy, imperfect, beautiful sound. I barked back. The man from the diner, whose name he eventually told me was Elias, didn't get into his own car. His car was gone, dissolved back into the gray soup of the transition, leaving only a rectangular patch of oil on the rubberized ground. He climbed into my passenger seat, his movements stiff, like a wooden marionette gaining flesh for the first time. He touched the dashboard, his fingers trembling as they traced the cracks in the plastic. He wasn't looking for a map or a weapon. He was feeling the texture of decay. "It's gritty," he whispered, his voice gaining a melodic rasp. I forgot that things could be gritty. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My throat was tight with the sheer sensory overload of the world reasserting itself. The smell of the truck, stale tobacco, old coffee, and the metallic tang of the leaking radiator was so vibrant it felt like a meal. I slammed the truck into gear, the transmission grinding with a beautiful, violent screech that echoed off the trees that were now popping into existence like slow-motion explosions of green and brown. We drove away from the diner, or where the diner had been. In the rearview mirror, I saw the chrome building flickering. It wasn't disappearing, it was diversifying. 1 second it was a diner, the next a barn, then a heap of rusted scrap metal. It was as if the reality engine was malfunctioning, cycling through every possibility because the template had been shattered. The waitress stood on the porch, her face no longer a blank oval, but a blurring kaleidoscope of 1,000 different women, all of them screaming and laughing at once. "Don't look back," Elias said, his eyes fixed firmly on the hood of the truck. "The wake of a ship is always choppier than the sea ahead." The road began to fight us. It wasn't a smooth blacktop anymore. It was a living thing, heaving and buckling as the liquid sound I'd uncapped flowed underneath the crust of the world. Huge fissures opened in the pavement, revealing not dirt but glowing veins of pure frequency. I steered the truck wildly, dodging the gaps, the tires screaming as they gripped the shifting surface. "Where are we going?" Elias asked, clutching the door handle so hard his knuckles turned white. "To the edges," I said. The forge was the center of the silence, but the silence had outposts. The cabin wasn't just a house, it was a node. There are others. I saw them on the map before it burned. Stations, towers, basements, places where the quiet was being manufactured and piped out. "You want to shut them down?" "I want to drown them," I said. I reached over and flicked the toggle for the CB radio. I didn't expect to hear a voice. I expected the static, the beautiful, chaotic hiss of a world that didn't know what it wanted to say yet. Instead, I heard a hum. It wasn't the low, vibrating hum of the cabin. It was higher, sharper, a digital whine that set my teeth on edge. It sounded like a dial-up modem trying to connect to a dead star. "They're recalibrating," Elias said, leaning toward the radio. "The system is trying to find a new frequency to stabilize the dream." The truck's engine sputtered. The headlights flickered, the beams stretching out into the woods and turning the trees into long, skeletal fingers of ash. The rain, which had been heavy and wet, suddenly turned into something else. It didn't fall, it drifted. Each droplet was a perfect, crystalline sphere of gray light. When they hit the windshield, they didn't splash. They vanished with a soft pop, leaving behind a tiny, circular void in the glass. "They're thinning the air again," I growled, flooring the accelerator. The truck roared, but the sound felt muffled, as if I were driving through a vat of oil. We crested a hill, and below us, tucked into a valley that hadn't existed 5 minutes ago, was a radio tower. It was an old, rusted lattice of steel, but it was wrapped in miles of that black, rubberized insulation I'd seen under the parking lot. At the top of the tower, a massive dish was pointed toward the sky, glowing with a steady, pulsating ultraviolet light. "That's one," I said. As we descended into the valley, the world began to lose its color again. The green of the trees faded to a dull pewter. The roar of the engine became a distant murmur. My own hands on the steering wheel began to look translucent, the bones visible beneath the skin like shadows in a fog. "It's too strong here," Elias gasped, his chest heaving as if he were trying to breathe water. "The signal, it's erasing the friction. I reached into the back of the cab and pulled out a heavy iron jack handle. Stay in the truck, keep the engine revving, don't let the noise die. I stepped out into the air. It was cold, not the cold of winter, but the cold of an empty room. Every step I took felt like I was moving through thick gelatin. The grass didn't crunch under my boots, it simply flattened, staying down like dead hair. The tower was humming. It was a sound that bypassed the ears and vibrated directly in the frontal lobe. It told me that I was tired. It told me that the struggle was unnecessary. It told me that if I just sat down and closed my eyes, the weight of being a person, the memories, the grief, the messy, loud complexity of a life would simply float away. Why carry the weight of the song? The hum whispered, the silence is lighter. I swung the jack handle against the base of the tower. The metal didn't clang. It made a soft, dead thud like hitting a pillow. I swung again, harder, my teeth bared in a silent snarl. I looked back at the truck. Elias was leaning out the window, his face pale. He was singing. It wasn't a good song. It was a tuneless, discordant wail, a raw sound of human protest, but it was enough. The sound of his voice gave me a tether, a jagged line of reality in the smoothing void. I didn't hit the steel again. I looked for the black rubber. I found the main trunk of the insulation, a thick cable that ran from the base of the tower into a concrete bunker buried in the hillside. I knelt down and began to saw at the rubber with the jagged end of the jack handle. The rubber fought back. It felt self-healing, the gashes I made closing almost instantly. The ultraviolet light from the tower intensified, turning the world into a negative photograph. My vision blurred. I could feel my own name slipping away, the letters dissolving into the gray. I reached into my pocket. My fingers brushed against something hard and sharp. It was a shard of the broken music box cylinder, the one I thought I'd lost in the forge. It must have snagged in the lining of my coat. I pulled it out. It was a tiny piece of brass covered in those microscopic needles that played the song. I didn't use it as a tool. I pressed it into the palm of my hand and squeezed. The pain was sharp, it was hot, it was the most wonderful thing I had ever felt. A drop of blood, dark and real, welled up and dripped onto the black rubber. The reaction was instantaneous. The liquid sound inside the cable surged toward the biological impurity. The rubber blistered and popped. I jammed the brass shard into the opening, using the pain to anchor my consciousness. I am the noise, I screamed, my voice cracking the stillness. The cable exploded. A geyser of iridescent sound erupted from the ground, a fountain of voices, instruments, and natural roars that tore through the gray fog like a chainsaw through silk. The ultraviolet light at the top of the tower shattered, the glass falling in a rain of sparks that hissed as they hit the ground. The valley flooded with color. The trees didn't just turn green, they turned a vibrant neon emerald. The sky bruised purple and orange. The silence broke with a sound like a tectonic plate snapping. I fell back, my hand throbbing, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I looked up and saw the stars. They weren't the distant, cold points of light I remembered. They were burning, violent gas giants, and I could hear their roar, the celestial white noise of a universe that was far too big and far too loud to ever be truly quiet. I scrambled back to the truck. Elias was slumped against the dashboard, laughing hysterically. Did you hear it? He shouted over the roar of the fountain. The tower, it tried to scream back. We're not done, I said, putting the truck in gear. That was just one node. The pressure is building. If we break enough of these, the whole system collapses. The forge won't be able to reboot. We drove out of the valley, the truck feeling lighter, faster. The road was still a mess, but it was a predictable mess now. Rocks, dirt, potholes, things that obeyed the laws of physics. As we reached the main highway, I saw lights in the distance. Not the blue neon of the diner, but the warm, yellow glow of a town. A real town. But as we got closer, I saw the problem. The town was being processed. Half of the main street was vibrant and chaotic, people running, sirens blaring, dogs barking. The other half was frozen in that terrifying parchment stillness. A police car was caught halfway through the transition, the front half a rusted, dented Ford, the back half a smooth, gray block of unformed matter. In the center of the town square, a massive no-sound rift had opened. It wasn't a hole in the ground, it was a hole in the air, a vertical slit of absolute nothingness that was sucking the noise out of the environment. People were being drawn toward it, their faces losing their features as they approached the event horizon of the silence. They're accelerating the harvest, Elias said, his voice trembling. They know the walls are thin. I didn't stop the truck. I aimed it straight for the center of the rift. What are you doing? Elias cried. The music box was empty, I said, my eyes fixed on the black slit in the air. But I'm not, you're not, we're the cylinders now. I reached over and grabbed Elias' hand. Sing anything, scream, recite your grocery list, just don't be quiet. Elias looked at the rift, then at me. He took a deep breath and began to belt out an old folk song, his voice cracked and off-key, but filled with a desperate, beautiful defiance. I joined him. I didn't sing a song. I roared. I shouted every name of every person I had ever loved, every place I had ever been, every mistake I had ever made. I poured my life into the air, turning the cab of the truck into a pressure cooker of sound. The truck hit the edge of the rift. There was no impact. There was only a sudden, sickening transition into a place where sound was forbidden. The roar of the engine died. Elias' mouth was moving, but no sound came out. My own throat burned with the effort of my scream, but the air around us was a vacuum. But we didn't dissolve. The blood on my hand, the pain in my palm, the heat of our bodies, it was too much for the rift to handle. We were grit in the purest sense. We were an anomaly that the vacuum couldn't swallow. I felt the truck beginning to stretch, the metal groaning in a way I could feel in my teeth even if I couldn't hear it. The rift was trying to simplify us. It was trying to turn the truck into a sketch, to turn Elias and me into parchment. I grabbed the steering wheel and yanked it hard to the left, intentionally driving the truck into a brick wall that was half dissolved. The crash was the loudest thing I have never heard. The impact sent a shockwave of kinetic energy through the rift. The brick wall shattered into a million pieces, and each piece carried a fragment of the noise we had brought with us. The vacuum shattered like a glass jar. Sound rushed back in with a violence that knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, the sun was rising. I was lying on the pavement in the middle of a town square. The truck was a crumpled heap of metal against the side of a hardware store. Elias was sitting nearby, leaning against a lamp post, his face covered in dust but his eyes bright. The town was loud. People were crying, shouting, hugging each other. The police car was a whole car again, its siren wailing a mournful, beautiful tone. The rift was gone. In its place was a jagged hole in the pavement, but through it I could see real dirt, real worms, real earth. I stood up, my bones aching, my head spinning. I looked at my hand. The shard of the music box was gone, but the scar in my palm was deep and permanent. "Is it over?" Elias asked, his voice a whisper. I looked up at the sky. The clouds were moving in a way that felt natural. The birds were starting their morning chorus, a chaotic, overlapping mess of calls. "No," I said, feeling the vibration of the world beneath my feet. "The forge is still out there. The cabin is still out there. The silence is just waiting for us to get tired again." I looked at the people in the square. They looked confused, terrified, and intensely alive. "But we know how to fight it now," I said. I reached into my pocket and found the pencil I had used earlier. I walked over to the side of the hardware store, to a section of the wall that was still a little too smooth, a little too gray. I didn't write a word this time. I drew a jagged, messy line, a heartbeat, a frequency, a flaw. "We keep making noise," I said to the morning air. "We never stop talking. We never stop singing. We make the world so loud that the silence can't find a place to sit down." Elias stood up and walked over to me. He picked up a piece of broken brick and scratched his own line next to mine. We stood there for a long time, two men in a loud, messy, beautiful world, waiting for the next song to begin. The silence was still there, lurking at the edges of the horizon, but for the first time in a long time, it was the one that was afraid. The hum was gone. In its place was the heartbeat of a billion things, all of them screaming to be heard. I took a deep breath and added my voice to the choir. The vibration in my feet wasn't just the settling of the town. It was the resonance of a world that had been held underwater and was finally allowed to breach the surface. Elias looked at his hands, watching the way the sunlight caught the fine, golden hairs on his knuckles. He looked like a man who had just been born at the age of 60. He let out a breath that turned into a ragged laugh, then a cough, then a wheeze. It was a sequence of sounds so mundane and human that I felt tears prick the corners of my eyes. "We can't stay here," I said, my voice sounding like gravel being crushed. "The town is waking up, but the static will try to fill the vacuum we left behind. The forge doesn't just give up. It's an architect that hates a crooked line, and we just turned its masterpiece into a scrap heap." Elias nodded, wiping his face with a sleeve that was finally starting to smell like sweat instead of ozone. "Where to? The truck is a coffin of steel now." I looked at the wreckage of my Ford. The hood was crumpled like a discarded soda can, and the radiator was hissing a steady, rhythmic plume of steam. It was dead, but it had died screaming, which was all I could have asked for. I looked down the street. A few doors down, a delivery van sat idling, its driver slumped over the wheel in a daze, his mind likely still trying to untangle the knots of the silence. "We moved toward the coast," I said, pointing west. The map I saw, the one that burned it, showed the nodes thinning out near the salt water. Maybe the salt interferes with the frequency, or maybe the ocean is just too big and too loud for them to ever truly mute. If we can get to the water, we can find a way to broadcast a counter signal. We didn't steal the van, we simply climbed in. The driver, a young man with Dave stitched onto his shirt, didn't protest. He just stared at us with wide, dilated pupils. I shook his shoulder gently. Dave, go home. Find your family. Turn on every radio in the house. Don't let the house get quiet. Do you hear me? Dave blinked, a spark of recognition flickering in his eyes. He nodded slowly, climbed out of the cab, and started running down the sidewalk, shouting a name, Sarah, over and over. Each shout was a hammer blow against the lingering gray. I took the wheel. The van smelled of stale bread and floor wax. It was perfect. I shoved it into gear and we peeled away from the town square, leaving behind a wake of rising noise. As we drove, the geography began to warp again, but this time it felt desperate. The road didn't just buckle, it tried to fold in on itself. Trees stretched into impossible geometric shapes, their branches turning into fractals of gray plastic. The sky above us turned the color of a television tuned to a dead channel. The system was throwing everything it had at us, trying to rewrite the physics of the path before we could escape the radius of the forge. They're closing the loop, Elias shouted, clutching the dashboard. The air in the cab began to hum, that low, thrumming vibration from the cabin. It was trying to find our frequency again, trying to sync our heartbeats to the rhythm of the void. My vision started to blur, the edges of the steering wheel softening into charcoal sketches. Sing, Elias, I roared, sing anything. He started into a bawdy sea shanty, his voice cracking on the high notes. I joined him, shouting lyrics I didn't even know I remembered, creating a cacophony that acted as a physical shield. We were a bubble of discord moving through a sea of forced harmony. We hit the outskirts of the next county when the world simply stopped being a road. The pavement dissolved into a flat, white plain that stretched to the horizon in every direction. There were no trees, no sun, no shadows, just us and the van, suspended in a gallery of nothingness. I slammed on the brakes, the tires sliding across the frictionless surface. Is this the end of the map? Elias whispered, his voice tiny in the vast white. No, I said, stepping out of the van. The ground felt like cold glass. This is the source code. We're inside the machine now. The cabin, the diner, the tower, those were just the interface. This is where the silence is kept. In the distance, a structure began to resolve. It wasn't a building. It was a needle, a black obsidian spire that pierced the white sky, vibrating with such intensity that it created ripples in the air. At its base sat a small wooden structure that looked hauntingly familiar. The cabin. It was the original, the one from my childhood, the one from my nightmares. It looked small and fragile against the black spire, like a parasite clinging to a host. That's where the heart is, I said, my voice flat. That's where the sound goes to die. We walked toward it. There was no wind, no temperature, no scent. It was the purest form of the no sound I had ever encountered. My own footsteps were silent. When I clapped my hands, there was no impact. It was as if the universe had run out of memory to process the data of our existence. We reached the porch of the cabin. The wood was gray and weathered, the grain worn smooth by an eternity of stillness. I reached for the door handle, but my hand passed right through it. We're becoming ghosts, Elias said, his form flickering like a bad film reel. We're losing our density. Not yet, I said. I looked at the scar on my palm. It was the only thing in this world that had color, a deep, angry red. I pressed my palm against the door. The wood hissed. A wisp of steam rose where my blood touched the idea of the door. The friction of my pain was a key. I pushed harder, leaning my entire weight into the wound, and the door groaned, a real physical sound, and swung open. Inside, the cabin was filled with jars. Thousands of them stacked on shelves that reached into the infinite shadows of the rafters. Each jar was filled with a swirling, iridescent mist. I walked to the nearest shelf and picked one up. Inside the glass, I could hear a faint, muffled sound. It was a child's laugh, trapped in a loop, getting thinner and thinner as the jar sucked the life out of it. Another jar held the sound of a thunderstorm. Another, the clinking of silverware. Another, a woman saying, "I love you." This was the harvest. Every sound that had ever been muted by the forge was stored here, filtered and processed into the gray fuel that powered the silence. "They're not just erasing the world," Elias said, his voice a ghostly echo. "They're bottling it. They're stealing the friction to keep their own void from collapsing." At the center of the room stood a massive phonograph. Its horn was made of the same obsidian as the spire outside, and its needle was a sliver of diamond the size of a sword. It wasn't playing a record. It was playing a disc of pure, condensed shadow. As the needle moved, it didn't create sound. It created anti-sound. It emitted the wave that canceled out the world. "If we break the needle, the jars break," I said. "And if the jars break, the world gets its voice back all at once." "It'll be a tidal wave," Elias warned. "We might not survive the volume." "I'd rather drown in noise than live in this," I replied. I approached the phonograph. The air around the needle was so cold it felt like needles pressing into my skin. The obsidian horn seemed to growl, a subharmonic warning that vibrated in my marrow. I raised the iron jack handle I had carried from the truck, but as I swung, the air thickened, slowing my arm to a crawl. The shadow disc spun faster. A voice began to emanate from the horn, not a human voice, but a composite of a million stolen whispers. "Why do you fight the peace?" it asked. "The world you love is a scream of agony. Every sound is a collision. Every word is a misunderstanding. We offer you the perfection of the unsaid." "The unsaid is a lie," I shouted, fighting the lethargy in my limbs. "The scream is how we know we're real." I lunged forward, ignoring the way my skin felt like it was being peeled back by the pressure. I didn't aim for the needle. I aimed for the disc. The iron hit the shadow. There was no crash, there was a ripple. The disc shattered not into pieces, but into frequencies. The obsidian horn cracked, and for a split second there was a total, absolute silence. A silence so deep it felt like the heart of a mountain. Then the jars began to explode. It started as a tinkle of glass, then a roar, then a symphony of chaos. The child's laugh, the thunderstorm, the "I love you," the barking dogs, the slamming doors, the screeching tires, all of it escaped at once. The cabin was filled with a physical wall of sound that blew the walls outward. The black spire above us shattered, falling in great, silent chunks into a sea of noise. I was thrown backward, the world spinning into a kaleidoscope of colors and vibrations. I saw Elias being lifted by the gale of sound, a look of pure, ecstatic terror on his face. He wasn't flickering anymore. He was solid. He was screaming, and his scream was joining the torrent. The white plane of the source code began to crack. Below the white, I saw the green of the earth, the blue of the water, the brown of the dirt. The reality engine was being overwhelmed by the sheer volume of the data it had tried to suppress. I felt myself falling, not into a void, but into the world. I hit something hard and wet. Cold water filled my lungs, and I thrashed upward, gasping for air. I broke the surface of a choppy, gray sea. The sun was hanging low on the horizon, a bruised orange orb that looked real and heavy. I looked around, treading water. A few yards away, Elias was bobbing in the waves, coughing and spitting salt water. Behind us on the shore stood the ruins of a lighthouse. It wasn't black obsidian, it was white stone, weathered and crumbling. The spire had been a distortion of this place, a node built on top of a landmark of guidance. We swam for the beach, our movements slow and heavy. When my feet finally touched the sand, I crawled out of the surf and collapsed, listening to the rhythmic, thunderous roar of the tide. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. It was messy. It was repetitive. It was loud. Elias dragged himself up beside me, lying flat on his back. "We're out," he rasped. "We're out," I agreed. I looked down the coast. In the distance, the lights of a coastal town were flickering on. I could hear the faint sound of a foghorn, the distant hum of traffic, the cry of a seagull. The world was back, and it was as broken and noisy as it had ever been. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the pencil. It was just a stub now, the lead broken. I looked at the scar on my hand. It was starting to scab over, a jagged mark of red against my skin. "What now?" Elias asked. I stood up, shaking the sand from my clothes. I felt the weight of my memories, the grief for my father, the years of wandering, the fear of the quiet. It was a heavy load, but it was mine. It had a sound. "Now," I said, looking toward the town, "we go find a radio station. We tell them what happened. We tell them to keep the music playing. We tell them that if they ever feel the world getting too smooth, too quiet, too perfect, they need to start screaming." Elias stood up, his legs shaky but holding. He looked at the lighthouse, then at the sea, then at me. He didn't say anything for a long moment. He just listened. "I think I'd like to learn to play the drums," he said finally. I laughed, a loud, sharp sound that echoed off the cliffs. "That's a good start, Elias. That's a damn good start." We started walking toward the lights, two men carved out of the noise, moving through a world that would never be truly quiet again. Behind us, the cabin was gone, dissolved back into the history of a haunted childhood. Ahead of us was the beautiful, discordant future. The silence was over. The song had just begun.